Oh, I'm back? Huh. Guess it's working. To show you a little bit of what I'm looking at. It's a little confusing because I have so many windows open. Basically, I'm trying to use OBS, not only because it's like more ethical, open source and all that stuff, and there are plugins you can use. But I didn't know if it was going to set up my stream information. So it looks like it didn't. Stream information. Let's change that. We're not playing Sims. We're playing Ace Attorney. Mind me while I fiddle around. Ace Attorney. Can you hear me alright? Is everything good? I rely on you as my just trilogy. Okay, cool. At the top. And I don't actually know their reference, I'm sorry. I think that part of, or maybe not, Brooklyn Nine-Nine. This is not the first time that I've been accosted by my lack of knowledge. Oh, okay. So how does the chat look? Does the chat look big enough? Or should I make it larger? Also, why is the clock not showing up? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Let me just... So, if this goes to plan, and that means I won't have to have my Twitch up and have my streaming thing up. It'll send me the same information. Because I have the chat significantly smaller in this version. too small. Okay, how about that? Also, do you like my clack? That the Ko-Fi and the also I'll be adjusting my audio as we go, so feel free to give me feedback as much as necessary. But yeah, I used to have that clock and then I forgot that it existed, and now I have it again. And also, if anyone donates, then there'll be a little alert that pops up in the corner there. I think that I can test it to show you. It's pretty cute. Oops, that is... perhaps not so much. Oh. Guess that was the thing. Ooh, there's new tools too.
Thanks to someone, we now have 3
Oh my
beta
god.
vibes.
It has text to whatever. I don't. Where's that voice coming from? Oh, I enabled it myself. Maybe from a while ago. Yeah. Wow. Look, we're so official now. So basically I have it as the number, like however many dollars you donate.
Thanks to someone, we now have 3 beta vibes.
You can't read it. Yeah, like, so if you donate $10, it'll be 10% better vibes. Hey, Ramen. Nice. Are you streaming today? Like right, or are you making a joke on my vibes? Live goals, but what if I want my goal to be... I want my goal to be, oh, nice. Okay, cool, I gotcha. Oh, thank you for the, I was about to say the bump. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the vibes, pre-stream. I mean, it could just be that it's literally smaller. Is it like then? How's that? Is that better? Is it sufficiently in the way of everyone's face? By everyone's face, I mean like the footage. I'd say that's the only downside to having it so large. Like maybe I should If you have any suggestions, let me know. Because, like, I don't really like the way it blocks people's faces. But also, like, people need to see. Maybe I can go to stream elements. And make it slightly less wide, at least. Oh yeah. I won't be able to pop into your stream since I'll be streaming, but I definitely would like to see it. It's possible to reduce the font size instead of zooming the whole thing. Reduce the font size. I guess, yeah, probably. The UI on Stream Elements is there's a whole struggle. Like if you look at it like this, you can't see anything. It's only if you like maximize it you can access your stuff, which is strange and annoying. Yeah, that's what I was about to do, Ramen. Right now. Chat. Tools. Overlays. This a little bit smaller. The text is 12. Position style. Okay, so how does this feel? Also, I know my head is quite large, actually. I have a big noggin. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw me decreasing the size of the window. But it's on full screen on my other screen and it freaked me out. I was like, what the heck is going on? I have a vague feeling that this might be more delayed than I'm Thank you for your contribution. I appreciate it. So, Usk, how's this? Is this readable and whatnot? Okay, cool. I'm gonna move this down here. Keep this up here only. I mean, I would like to put this down, but if I do that... Actually, now that I think about it. I think there is a thing that lets me send it up instead of down. Let me just check that real quick and then we can get started. Okay. Well, if you feel any hesitance at all in terms of whether it's too small or big or whatever, let me know. I think that's probably what it was, is that I extended it too big. And it's not like it was scaling the font. Streamlights.
Thanks to someone, we now have 3 better vibes.
Oh, there it is. Okay. It's interesting that they don't know how to say %. Okay, I think we are ready. If you have a suggestion for a better thing for an alternative to better vibes, especially since the text is huge, you can't even read it, let me know. Let me just put out a little tweet, a little tweety tweet. Top and then that toe. Hey, dummy! There we go. Just for that, I will. Wait, huh? Someone buy something? Oh. Jessica's dummy's here. I'll send this test alert.
Thanks to someone, we now have 3 better vibes.
So you can see what happens if someone donates through coffee. Ain't it cute? I feel so official now. My setup is just better. But like I was telling 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀 and all the rest, if there is anything you see that is alarming, let me know. I believe I don't know if it's been approved yet. Ah, here it is. My scroll rule doesn't work. Hey. It doesn't quite look as good from far away, but if you know, you know. You know? Sorry, that was me blowing into my mouse to make sure that I could, what's the word? Hey, 𝗟𝗂! Feels like a homecoming. The gang's all here. Okay, Phoenix, right, these three. Yay. Now I can have, if I ever need assistance, I don't have to squish it all the way in the corner. I can have it slightly larger and you won't even know because the game is actually, so before, remember how it wouldn't capture my mouse for whatever reason? This time it actually is capturing my mouse, at least on OBS, so I'm pretty happy right now. I'm pretty stoked. Pretty stoked. Okay. So part 3 investigation. So this would be halfway through the trial. 𝗟𝗶, would you like a summary? I think I can access the... Oh, okay, it only shows her. So basically, we are at a, it takes place at a circus. The ringmaster was murdered. The main characters are a clown that's not very... There's a very sad clown that's like hasn't made anyone laugh in the last 10 years. 𝗟𝗶ጵ𝗹𝘀, who is a magician who can fly. And he's the prime suspect. And, man, it's been so long. And there's a ventriloquist who has basically a dual personality and speaks mostly through his doll, whose name I don't remember off the top of my head. And there's the daughter of the ringmaster named Regina, who both Maximilian and the puppet are in love with and have proposed to, or something like that. You'll see. Basically, everyone thinks that the you know what? I should be showing you this with visual aid, and I just realized that I can do that through actually clicking it. Oh yeah, his name is like... Once we can, it lets me have access to the court record. Okay, here. Oh yeah, and there's a monkey named Money who likes to steal things that are shiny. Okay, so a fabulous magician famed for his aerial illusions, accused of murder, and he's actually like a country boy. Benjamin Woodman, who has a puppet named Trilloquist, the first name Trillo. I'm surprised they don't have Trillo as an option. We know Dick Gumshoe, Francesca von Karma. We know Regina. She's the daughter of Russell Berry, who was murdered, and Mo the clown. And so, this is the first crime scene photo. Yeah, he's not a real person, but he deserves love too. I don't know. That's really funny. It's like, Ace Attorney created the tropes before the tropes were a thing. Yeah, so this is a wooden box, allegedly, and he's found dead over this box after he had a meeting with Maximilian, with Max, which is why people think that he killed him, and the only footprints are his. And his hat was left behind, and yeah, Max got a really big raise a week ago, and he was basically saying like, "Oh, I was meeting with him to negotiate my salary," and then he left the room, and then he died somehow, but it wasn't me. Max was also hit over the head by Ben, the ventriloquist, because he got mad over Regina. And Money the Monkey, this was a cheap ring that Trillo was going to give to Regina. He's going to propose. Autopsy report, blunt trauma to the back of the head. The victim was hunched over this box, and inside the box was a small seasoning bottle containing pepper. I have a feeling someone probably has an allergy, if I had to guess. But I think that's the gist of it. You think of anything else, let me know. But, yeah. Yeah, that's about it. Let me try to move my camera slightly, because it's always in front of my, You're welcome. Okay, bye. Have a good stream. It's always in front of my other monitor, and I can't see. And seeing is believing. And believing is... I don't know where I'm going with this. Okay, let me just calibrate. Ta-da! Okay. And off we go. Off to the races, as they say. Oh, Nick, what is it? I've got a confession to make. I'm terrible at figuring out magic tricks. Magic tricks? Yep, magic tricks are by their definition tricks, right? But I can never figure out the tricks when I see them. That's because the tricks are performed by pros. They do it so you can't guess the trick. But the trick Pearly showed me was incredible. Pearls did a magic trick? What kind of magic was it? What kind of trick was it? Let's see. It looked like she pulled the end of her own thumb off. Heh. First she put her right thumb next to her left hand and then it just separated. She could have moved it up and down and everything. It was incredible. Really? Was it kind of like this? What? Wow! How do you do that? Nick, you're like a real magician. See, this is why I can't just figure out magic. I'm no good at it. Especially hard tricks like flying away from the scene of a murder. Oh yeah, Mo was the witness and he's claimed that he saw Max just fly out of there, even though he only saw a silhouette. You'll take all the fun out of magic if you keep trying to figure it out. Let's go to the detention center first. Oh, my sweeties. You mind hurrying up and getting me out of this place? We're doing our best, Max. Just hang in there. A little while ago, some people from a local TV station came by, and since I'm a famed magician, they say, let's make you your very own TV special. Really? What kind of TV special? 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗀𝘀, the Great Prison Escape. It would be aired live. Hey, that sounds like it would be an awesome special. But if I do the special before I'm acquitted, they'll never let me out here for real. Well, it would surely be an unnecessary addition to your troubles with the law. That's what I was thinking, but the production staff is already working on the show. If you don't get me out here quick, I'll have no choice but to stage a real prison break. You seem awfully calm about that possibility. I'd have no choice. It would be a contractual obligation. That's show business. The night of the crime, you didn't have to fly off into the sky, did you? Here's how everything went down, sweetie. At the time of the murder, I was sitting in the ringmaster's room. Not to mention, flying off into the sky is just not something I can do at will. I don't care what the stoogey clown says, it wasn't me. Max, do you mind teaching me the trick behind the flying? You'll have to forgive me, sweetie. The difference between me and cheap imitation magicians is that I keep my mouth shut. I don't teach people tricks, but I will say this much, it's much harder than you think. I was thinking about this in the court today. I have a favor to ask of you. Anything for you, sweetie. Be friends with the other performers in the circus. Fabulous! A great joke! Why would I be friends with a bunch of hacks like them? But I've won the world stage. I've won the International Grand Prix. International Grand Prix? Performers should always look to perform on the world stage. But the performers at the circus are completely and utterly devoid of ambition. That is something I can simply not tolerate. Ambition, huh? Something about what Max just said rings true to my ears. Oh my sweeties. Oh my sweeties want to hear all about the Grand Prix, don't they? To be honest though, I've told this story like 100 times already, so it's a bit boring. We're sorry to make you tell it again. You must not have heard me. I'm really sick of telling this story. But what can you do? I'm 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗀𝘀. I suppose I can tell it again. Voila! Here, take a look at this. I just happen to have a picture from the Grand Prix with me. Just look at that fabulous stage. This is the first stage I ever flew on. I flew right over the audience. The crowd erupted into applause. And at the time, I thought to myself I could die right then and die a happy man. I'll never forget how I felt that night. The emotions. The acclaim. Wow! By the way, I think everyone who is a performer should get to experience that feeling. I just wish I could explain that to other people in the circus. That's incredible, Max. I want a trophy too. Hey Nick, how about you buy me a trophy? That's not how you earn a trophy, Maya. My sweeties, you can have this picture of my triumph. Just make sure you show it to all the other members of the circus. Look and learn. That's what you should tell them. Learn how to get thrown in jail? Grand Prix photo added to the court record. Okay, let's go to circus entrance. Credits had. You hear that? It sounds like two people are arguing. Alright, let's do it. Are you ready? Yes? Wait. Quit your whining. Let's just give this a shot already. Alright, let's go. Row, row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat. What are you doing? Gently, gently down the stream. Come on, you know that. I'm trying my best, but Trillo, this just isn't going to work. Do you enjoy saying dumb things? You're gonna have to be on your own someday. If you can't handle something as simple as this, what are you gonna do then? Hello, Ben. Hello to you, Hello to you too, Trillo. What are you doing here? Can't you see we're on a secret crash course training? Okay. Clearly, the few days I've taken off has gotten me all confused, so I apologize. Can't you see we're on a secret crash training course? I'm sorry. Secret crash training, whoa. Yes, Trillo wouldn't give up until I said we'd try out his idea for a new routine. So, we are trying to sing a round for our new ventriloquism act. In a round? Can you really do that? That's incredible. See? Even they're surprised by the idea. I told you. They're not the only ones. You even surprised me with your idea. Once we got a grip on the basics, then it's just a matter of practice. You're welcome, Demi. You're very welcome. You think so? Oh, I almost forgot. I wanted to give this back to you. Ah, there it is. Now I've got this ring back. It's time to take one more shot at Regina. I know you already testified in court today. You want to talk about what we saw, right? Yes. Well, at first we thought it was the old man, but just looking at his walk and how he acted, right, Ben? Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. But then we said hello and he didn't even get a reply. Not to mention he was draped in those gaudy symbols. What would you have thought if he wasn't wearing those symbols? By the way, those symbols, it's like a running joke that like 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗀𝘀 is known for his 3 symbols. Silk hat, cloak, white roses. They're like even chanting it in court. What? Oh, I would have thought it was the ringmaster. Something just isn't adding up here. I wonder who they really saw. I was hoping I could ask you about Regina. I'm completely serious about her. That's why I'm waiting for her even now. Really? That's so sweet. If you really wanted to see Regina, shouldn't you check out the tent? Ha! You haven't got a clue about things, do you, sweetheart? Eh? Waiting like this is part of being in love. Well, so? If you had a clue, you would know that waiting is just sweet, wonderful torture. When your body aches or your partner's love, that's one of the best parts. Yeah, I knew that. Poor Maya. She's so red she looks like a vine-ripe tomato. So how is this new routine working out? Will you just will you two just take a chill pill already? Our routines are secret. We're going to take the ventriloquism world by storm. It'll be a real revolution. That sounds incredible. But let me make one thing clear. We're not going to take on the world just because that jerk said we should. That jerk? Max Galactica. Performer should aim for the world. Who does he think he is? Trilla, you seem to really be fired up about all this. He needs to realize that he isn't the only one who can conquer the world stage. You're right, you're right. Mark my words, 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀 will win the Grand Prix. You're the man now, doll. I'm just putting on chapstick. Row, row, row your boat. It will be the key to glorious victory. Not to rain on your parade, but wouldn't a more mature song be best? Hey, you gotta start somewhere, right? Don't screw this up. You gotta be a part of this too. Okay, let's go to the Magic House Plaza. Oh, it's you two. You look like you just got hit by a truck. Shouldn't you get some rest? I'm taking a rest right now, pal. I've been listening to some crazy clown's life story. Miss 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀 told me to get down here and do this for her. Yeah, I figured as much. Let me tell you something, pal. Listening to that old clown sucks all your energy. Every time he's done talking, he looks at you like you should be doing something. I think he's waiting for you to laugh at his jokes. I know that, pal. Do you have any idea how much your face hurts if you fake laugh that much? Francesca really set you up bad this time, didn't she? If you ask me, she should be listening to Mo herself. No way, pal. You're not gonna get me backbite a whip. You're not gonna get me to backbite a woman with a whip. A woman with a whip. No way. Why are you defending her? Prosecution 𝗟𝗏𝗀's always got her eyes on us. And every time you definitely don't want her to show up. Poof. There she is. Don't show up. 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 Looks like she's wound him up pretty tight. She's directly above us as we speak. Huh? How's that possible? According to the clown, the culprit jumped from here and disappeared into the sky. If that's what happened, it means the killer passed right by this window, pal. Oh, I see. Who lives in that room? Behind the window up there. The acrobat's got his room on the 3rd floor, it seems. Pretty soon, Miss 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝗀 is going to start her investigation up there. So I'm going to get any ideas in going up the acrobat's room. Got it, pal? Ooh, Francesca 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀. Once she's done with her investigation, I think I'll go up there and check it out. Okay, so let's go to the cafeteria. I think maybe Big Top first and then cafeteria. Huh? Where's Regina? Oops. I don't know. But if she's with that tiger, I don't want to find out. Let's hurry up and get out of here. Heh. Nick. You're kind of a chicken, aren't you? No, 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 no. I'm just, allergic to wild tigers. Ah, right. Welcome to the wonderful, fabulous the cafeteria. Oh, whoops. I misread that. Yikes, he's in an awfully good mood. Alright, you know what time it is. Riddle time. I don't remember what voice I gave him. Why does everyone cry when they eat Mexican pizza? Okay, now I remember. Come on, you can answer this. It's easy. Because cafeteria Mexican pizza is possibly a weapon of bowel destruction? Bzz, wrong. Try again. Okay, what do you think, girlie? I got it. Okay, what's your answer? Because they're in the cafeteria. Cafeteria? In the cafeteria. Cafeteria. Exactly! I really don't get that at all. It's an incredibly sad place, that cafe. They said Mexican pizza. I don't get it. Am I supposed to get it? did it! What's going on? He's being too nice. Ah, not this picture. He showed it to you guys too. Huh? You've seen it as well? Well, you know what they say about 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. He really gets around. I need to work on my fake laughing. Oh yeah. He didn't just show me the picture. What do you mean? He showed me his bust too. And let me tell you, that thing is enormous. It's in the picture, I think. He made us worship it every day. He made us bow to his greatness. He's got a big bust? That must be what that table was for. I wouldn't mind hearing more about Max's bust, not that I'm into that sort of thing. Today's really been a crazy day, hasn't it? You're telling me. I didn't think it was going to be so tough. Tough? Yeah, it was a tough crowd. That's what you call a crowd that refuses to laugh. For instance, it was such a tough crowd this morning that I had to smash watermelons. I told them all a great story and even greater jokes, but no one busted out laughing. Even used the famed no shoes, no shirt, no service joke. Exactly! How can you not laugh at a stunning comedy like that? Are you 100% sure about your testimony today? I saw what I saw, I swear. That creep just flew through the air. It wasn't exactly flying, per se. It was more like floating. The silhouette of his face made me positive it was Max. I don't see a psyche lock, so he must be telling the truth. Max's bust should be over there on the small table. There's nothing over there. Really? Oh yeah. What was it? When was it? I say about 5 days ago. All of a sudden, the bust disappeared. It disappeared. If you want to see it, there's a photo of on it on the bulletin board over there. Okay, I'm telling you right now. Okay, maybe I'm not telling you right now, because I don't know how heavy this bust is, but I can imagine someone, like, holding it up, pretending that, like, I don't know, like, put a coat around this guy, and he can float in and out, just, like, bonks him on the head. I solved the case. Hey, this thing is really cool. Nick, I want someone to make a bust of me. Sure, as long as I'm not paying for it. Aww. Max G bust added to the court record. Is there anything else that changed about this place? Nope. Nothing's changed that I can see. I wonder if he's actually thinking about this or if he's setting up for a bad joke. Yes, exactly, 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. Nope, no, I'm drawing a blank here. Quiet mo is a good mo in my book. True, Demi, true. I guess there really aren't any things that could have changed, huh? Well, there is one teensy tiny thing that does seem different. Tell us! What changed? Well, on the morning of the crime, over that bulletin board, this piece of paper was posted front and center. Piece of paper? It's torn, so I don't know what it said, but I could see its title. Yikes! It says, "To the murderer." Murderer? Yep, that's what it says, but the rest of it's been ripped off. And I don't know who posted it. When did you find this? The morning before the murder. Before the murder? Yes, the ringmaster was killed the night after this paper was discovered. Who in the world posted this thing? Note added to the court record. Nick, I think we better follow up on this important lead. Let's go talk to Max about this. Circus entrance. Yo, he's sweating. Do you know anything about this note? The morning of the murder, it was posted on the wall in the cafeteria. I do know all about that note. When I read it, my heart certainly skipped a beat. Your heart skipped a beat? While I was enjoying my morning tea, the ringmaster and company entered the room. And company? I guess it wasn't really a company, it was really just the ringmaster and my sweetie pie. When the ringmaster read the note, he turned incredibly bright red. All of a sudden he tore it off the wall and shoved it in the pocket of his tailcoat. Really? Out of curiosity, what in the world is written on that thing? Let's see. Uh-huh. Oh, I don't want to steal the fun from my sweeties. Go and find out on your own. What? I'm sure you can find it somewhere. You might also want to ask my sweetie pie princess. Great, dude. Thanks for nothing. Okay, so I guess we'll have to go to the room, the ringmaster's room. Thank you, Tutu, for the what do you call it? Pal pile? Palia pile? Chapel pile. I spy a tailcoat. Max and the ringmaster had their talk in this room. I could have been when the ringmaster put on Max's costume and went outside. Why'd he do that anyway? Was it really that cold or something? Hey, do you see that? There's a scrap of paper shoved in the pocket of the tailcoat. You know, I got a feeling I know what that is. I bet that's the other half of the note that Mo gave us. Let's hurry up, Nick, and check this thing out. I knew it. It fits perfectly with the other piece. What does it say? What does it say? To the murder. Oh, to the murderer. I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Meet me at 10 p.m. tonight at the lodging house plaza. So the ringmaster was the one who murdered someone, potentially? That seems to be a common theme, that the victim is actually a wrongdoer. Tonight at 10 p.m. That's when the murder took place. Now we need to find out who called the ringmaster. Note updated in the court record. Circus entrance. Go to the plaza. Yo, gumshoe. December 29th. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. I'm sure you did a good job as usual. Well, I'm done with the investigation of the acrobat, finally. By the way, for some reason I'm finally feeling his voice. I'm trying not to stress it too much to not jar you, but I'm like, okay, I'm finally getting what it was that I wanted to get for his voice. Just more of like an Italian accent, you know, in New York. But with Miss Von Karma, Nick, what is that? That beeping sound? It's Miss Von Karma. Huh? Every time I hear that sound, she's usually not very far behind. Some sort of pager or something? If you don't mind, pal, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here quick. See ya, pal. I didn't know that Gumshoe could run that fast. Oh, I didn't know Gumshoe could run that fast. So much for being a flatfoot. Never seen a grown man so afraid of a girl still in her teens. Well, let's go inside. It's freezing out here. The wind is biting his... Ow! It's biting his lashes from a whip. Von Karma. She really did appear. It was a real battle today in court, wasn't it, Mr. 𝗟𝗶හි𝗸𝘀? Did you have to jump out and scare us like that? What can I do for you? Tomorrow will be the day. The day of my dream finally comes true. You mean the story of my defeat at the hands of your making on the national news? National news. You possess such a small sense of scale. The global news, Mr. 𝗟𝗶හි𝗸𝘀. Your miserable plight will be known internationally. I think she might be overestimating the importance of a win just by a smidge. Miss Von Karma, it appears you got your hands onto something big, huh? Huh. I'm amazed I'm amazed you picked up on that much. Anyone could. You couldn't hide that look of victory with 10 paper bags on your head. I've got conclusive evidence and a conclusive witness. Witness. Need any more hints? A conclusive witness, you mean the acrobat, right? I am putting in the summons for him to be called as a witness as we speak. It is the final nail in your coffin, Mr. 𝗟𝗂𝗧𝗧. Yeah, I get it already. You want to beat and destroy me. I can't worry about her. I gotta try and find out more information for myself. Why do you keep giving Nick the evil eye? It doesn't matter if you prove the defendant guilty tomorrow. Nothing will be able to bring your dad back. My dad? You must mean the esteemed Malfred von Karma. Of course! Your dad, I know you miss him. Enough of you. One more word and you will get a mouthful of whip. Vip. By the way, not once has she ever said that she missed, or even, like, aside from the fact that she just called him esteemed just now, she has never, ever mentioned that she misses him or that she's trying to get revenge for him. It's just like everyone else's assumption. I wouldn't be surprised if she, like, what's the word, not regrets. Resents, that's the word. I wouldn't be surprised if she resents him and she's actually just trying to make up for that. Like, be better than him. Now, when did I ever bring up my papa's name in this, or any other conversation? Then what's this, what is this revenge thing you're talking about? You wouldn't understand, Mr. 𝗟𝗂𝗧𝗧. I have to see him again, one more time. Him? I'm sure you know to whom I refer. Miles Edgeworth. What? Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth, why would you even bring him up? You haven't forgotten, have you? Do you know who it was that trains the gifted prosecutor Miles Edgeworth? Manfred von Karma. Exactly right. It was my papa. That means Edgeworth was... right again. Miles was like a little brother to me. Huh, little brother. But Edgeworth and Nick are the same age. Oh yeah, that's weird. So... what? Edgeworth. The man who inspired me to become an attorney. I fought against him in a few cases. But a little after that case was over, he vanished. It's your fault he is gone. Huh? It is the truth, isn't it, Mr. 𝗟𝗂𝗧𝗧? Nick, what does she mean? Edgeworth's death. Edgeworth was never quite the same after that case, and with the case after that one, he never set foot into court again. And then one day, he just vanished. All he left was a simple note at the prosecutor's office. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. That was 1 year ago. It was a few months after you left to go back home. Mr. Edgeworth, he's dead. I don't believe it. He is still alive. I'm sure of it. Somewhere in this world, he is still alive. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death? Ha! Of course he did. You ruined his reputation as a prosecutor. You effectively killed the prosecutor in him. Just like your victory muddied the honorable name von Karma. I'm going to find him. And then, I'm going to teach him his rightful place with my own two hands. Nick, about Mr. Edgeworth. Maya, I already told you this once. Don't make me say it again. Don't bring up his name in front of me, okay? Nick? Miss von Karma? But I don't know if you're God's gift to prosecutors or not, but I've had it enough with you. Him too. What in the world is happening? In the world happened? This dog's all bark and no bite. He's already been defeated. Regardless, I have nothing to inform you two of today. Tomorrow will be the greatest courtroom battles this country has ever seen. Nick. Let's go. We need to talk to the performer on the 3rd floor. I'm sorry I brought it up, Nick. Acro's room. Yeah, I'm quite sure I've never met this character before. So, like, I don't think that when I previously played this case that I got this far. And he's in a wheelchair. Huh. Could someone have used his wheelchair and have him float down, bonk, and then come back up? I don't know. What kind of voice should I give him? Well, I guess if you have any suggestions as I go along, let me know. You must be Phoenix Wright. Yes. Pleased to meet you. I'm Ken Dingling. Dingling. But here at the circus, everyone just calls me Acro. Mr. Acro? How do you know my name? The detective told me. He said you definitely show up here. Acro, you're a member of the circus as well. That's right. I mainly performed on the tightrope with the flying trapeze. But nowadays, all I perform is in my wheelchair. Acro, why did you join the circus? When I was a kid, my parents failed miserably at business. And then one night, they decided to run away from it all, without me. The only person who was willing to take my parents' place was the ringmaster. The ringmaster took such incredible care of me. He was a true lifesaver. It seems like the ringmaster was a true saint. He was. That's why I decided to do something very important. I decided that I would devote my entire life to finding a way to repay him. And now, looks like someone repaid him for all the good he's done in his life. It's such a shame. Sometimes I think that he was almost too kind. Perhaps he was too kind to his performers. Perhaps he was too kind to his daughter. I wonder if he spoiled Regina. Regina's so cute. She's truly a princess. Truly a princess? Are you sure that's a good thing? Do I detect a hint of a grudge against Regina? I'm sorry to ask, but why are you in a wheelchair? The nerves in my legs are badly damaged. And you can't walk now? I can't even stand now. And since I live on the 3rd floor, I can't even leave this building by myself. Why can't he move to a different room? That's awful. The accident happened during the acrobatics section. Right? Dun 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 dun. Psyche locks. It doesn't seem like Acro's injuries were an acrobatic in nature. What's on your mind, Mr. Wright? Well, exactly when were you injured? It's been almost 6 months since I was hurt. I injured my legs during practice. 6 months ago. What in the world went on at the circus then? I stopped by yesterday and noticed you weren't in your room. I was at the hospital all day yesterday. Ah, you weren't there for rehabilitation? What about the murder? Of course, I knew about it. I spoke with the police before they allowed me to go to the hospital, but before I got the call from the prosecutor, I was convinced it was all a dream. Huh? I just couldn't believe it when I saw what I saw. What you saw? Jeez, that sounded really ominous. What did you see, Acro? That night, I was in bed sleeping when I heard a huge sound coming from below my window. I see, the scene of the crime was right below your window. That's when I looked out the window. What did you see? How can you look out the window from all the way over there? He was flying straight up into the air. He? 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗀𝘀 Galactica. What? That's what I thought he'd say. You're absolutely positive it was Max you saw flying? I'm absolutely sure. There's no doubt about it in my mind. Nick. go to the big top. December 29th. Got a bad feeling about this. Yeah. My boy. Yeah. Ick. Wonderful. Today's special must be 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗀𝘀. Stay, heal. Oh, Maya, Nick, it's you guys. I'm so sorry. I guess I made a mistake. Mistake? Yeah, a little one. I was thinking of teaching whatever primate was out there a lesson, but I was expecting more of a monkey than a human. A monkey. Is she talking about Money the Monkey, perhaps? It's a pity about what happened to the ringmaster. Dad? Everyone loved him, didn't they? He must have been quite a man. He was! I love my dad so much! I hate to say it, but she doesn't seem at all that broken up about her father. That's why I feel so lonely. Now that I won't be able to see him for a while. Does she not know he's dead? For a while. Yeah. When Leon died, I talked with my dad and he told me that when someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens. A star? That means my dad is looking down at me from the sky. That's why I love the night so much. I can see everyone who's gone. When someone dies, they become a star in the heavens. That's kind of sweet. But I bet you there's no way that Maya believes that. What do you mean there's no way I believe that? How does he read his... What? Do you think that one day I'll be a star too? Of course! You really think so? Yeah, you will, I think. I've got a feeling everyone's doing great up there in the sky. I wonder if everything's alright with Regina. Just to go back and clear something up. Why do you want to teach Money a lesson? Because he's a meanie. That's something that means a lot to me. Something that means a lot to you? Must be something shiny, right? Actually, it's a stage costume. It's got a lot of spangles. It's really beautiful. You should see it. We should. When the costume gets hit by a spotlight, it dazzles. Hey, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you saw that monkey, you'd get my costume back for me, wouldn't you? It's really important to me. I'll get it for you. Leave it up to us. Guess there's no turning back down that request. Yay! You're really going to do it? Yeah. Regina, have you ever seen this before? I know what this is. Really? Well, it was in my pocket for a while. It was in your pocket? This piece of paper was in your pocket? I guess I noticed it in there around breakfast time. Breakfast time? Yeah, I was always taking Acro his breakfast in the morning. That's when I also take out the trash in his room. Then I go to the cafeteria and eat my own breakfast. That's when you realize this piece of paper was in your pocket. Yep, but since I'm not a murderer, I just figured it belonged to someone else's pocket. And then what? I wonder if the person who lost it was in trouble, so... You didn't pull it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria, did you? I did! I stuck it up there. How'd you know? So it was Regina who put it up there. When did this happen? Morning of the murder, I think. That explains a lot. I wonder who wrote this. I wonder if you found it in the trash of Acro. It seems a little bit suspicious. That's Pepper, isn't it? From the cafeteria. Huh? It's from the cafeteria? It's not? I remember seeing it there. So this was cafeteria's Pepper. You know, I'm not really a big fan of Pepper. Suspicious. Let's go to Mo's place. What you up to, Mo? Mo's not here. Oh. What's that? I hear something. Stop it, Nick. You're scaring me. Nick, it's money! That monkey's holding something. Oh, that monkey's holding something. That's it! That's the thing! That means a lot to Regina, remember? Alright. Time to take on this monkey, attorney style. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh. Wah, ooh, ooh, ooh. Yikes! Wah! I tried to have a monkey-to-monkey talk with him. I really did. Nick, you... I swiped it while Monkey was distracted. Or Money just distracted. I can't speak. Wow, you're really on the ball today, Nick. Let me see. Huh? You can see it fine from where you are. You know what I mean. I really want to try on Regina's costume. Maybe then they'll take you on the circus so I can get some peace and quiet. What's the matter now? It doesn't fit me at all. Oh well, I guess it's time for you to lay off the burgers. Not to mention it doesn't look like something any girl I know would actually wear. That's rude. Why don't you lay off the burgers, Phoenix Wright? Maybe it's one for ventriloquist? I mean, Trilloquist. Here you go, Regina. Yay, thank you! You really got it back for me! Don't mention it. I love you, Mr. Attorney. It's, nothing. No wonder guys melt into mush in front of this girl. Hey, Regina. That costume is yours, right? I tried it on, but it didn't fit me. Huh? This costume? It isn't mine, it was Leon's. Leon's? You know, the lion she told us about. Oh. The one that someone killed. Something smells fantastic. So we know it can't be Mo. Wait, I know what it is. It's burgers. Hello! Welcome to the 𝗟𝗶H Cirque, aka the cafeteria. It smells so good in here. Those burgers are great. She's drooling like she's some sort of crazed burger monster. My burgers are the best. Juicy meat, toasted buns, special sauce. They're absolutely irresistible to anyone with a hankering for a burger. One bite will send you into hamburger heaven. I bet. I can tell just by the smell. Whoa, I'm getting hungry too. Those burgers must have some kind of special power. Now that the ringmaster is gone, what are you going to do? That's all I've thought about these past 2 days. Everyone loved Russell. You heard Acro's story, haven't you? Like how he's adopted when he was younger? He's calmed down a bit now, but he was livid when he heard about the murder. Acro was so upset he said he couldn't go on. He was that upset? Yes, he was. Anyways, I gave some thought. Maybe I should give up on trying to be a half-baked clown. I've been thinking of trying on the ringmaster's shoes. What? Really? Max would still be an issue, though. Max? He may be a bit mean and hard to work with, but it's hard to argue with his importance. He's probably the reason why the circus is still around. A lot of what he says is right. Oh. All that's left is to see if anyone can get over the tragedy. You know. The tragedy? You know? What's he talking about? Get over what tragedy, Mo? Huh? Don't worry about it. It's nothing. Nothing at all. He must mean the tragic death of the ringmaster, right? Yes, yes, that's it. You're right, girly. Ah, dang, correctamundo. Doesn't he mean ding? Mo, I mean no disrespect here, but are you lying to us? Ah, no, not at all. What makes you think that? Just the way you said if everyone can get over the tragedy seems a bit strange. It sounded like you were talking about something from a long time ago. Mo, are you alright? Mo, I'm right, aren't I? Psych. Ah, so Greek cafeteria-eyed. Oh, I see it. So now we're getting closer to the truth. It was about 6 months ago. It was just a little accident. Give me a break. Give me a break. Us old men have accidents. I wear big pants for a reason. 6 months ago, eh? You know who else had something 6 months ago? This guy. He's always been a very private guy. When he came here, he was only 10 years old. He had just started the very big circus around the time that Russell took him in. He looked so dead. He's like fed up with the world. Those are really hard memories to bring up. Acro was so happy to have joined the circus. He was especially grateful to the ringmaster, and I'm sure he's grateful to you too. Huh? He's grateful to me too? Oh, shucks. You guys are exaggerating. He's fidgeting around so much you can tell he's embarrassed. And... Oh wait. I'm supposed to show my... I think I'm supposed to show the... Kinda busy right now. Look, I'm eating burgers with speak. Looks like it's so tasty. Blah, 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 blah. Excuse me. Get over it? Mo, please tell us what happened 6 months ago. What in the world went on at the circus? Okay, there's no need to look so scary when you ask me. Hey, look over there, some juicy bears, let's eat instead. Unfortunately, I'm more of a grilled chicken sandwich man myself. Actually, I kinda got an idea of what happened back there. Mo, you said something about an accident? This wouldn't happen to be the cause of that accident, would it? I want to show Leon, but we don't have the thing anymore. So I'm gonna say Regina. What about this? Looks tasty. What? You know, the burgers. Looks like I shot a blank on that attempt. What do you say? Another burger sound alright to you? No, you said something about an accident? This wouldn't happen to be the cause of the accident. Oh, crap, I didn't mean to press that again. I'm a little confused as to what to do. Because I don't... don't have Leon as a... I don't have Leon as a thing to show. How am I supposed to show Leon if Leon isn't an option? Is there something I'm not thinking about? Maybe I have to go back to Regina. How can I predict? How can I present Leon and he's not here? In case you're wondering, I'm like looking at a guide. Big top. Oh, okay. I missed something. After I gave back the costume, I was supposed to talk to her about Leon. That explains it. Sorry about that. Leon, he was killed, wasn't he?
That's right, my dad killed him.
Why?
Well, Leon did something really bad during practice.
During practice?
Leon was sitting down and then he opened his mouth, you know.
Ah.
Usually when he did that, I would put my head in his mouth.
What? Wait!
Put your head in a lion's mouth. I sure did. People in the crowd always love seeing me do that. They always start screaming.
You sure they were screaming because they love seeing you do that? Anyways, what was the bad thing?
Oh yeah, Leon bit someone during that practice. Regina, everything's alright though, right? No, it wasn't alright. Well, that's the problem. My dad was incredibly angry.
And that's when Leon...
Yeah, that's when he became a star in the sky.
What if she called she thinks her dad was a murderer for killing her lion, and so she was the one who either orchestrated or did the killing somehow. Poor thing. Who's going to suspect her, huh? Now we can... Mo, please tell us what happened 6 months ago, blah blah blah. Look over there. Blah blah blah. No, wait, fuck! I didn't mean to click anything! Ah. I heard a little bit about it from Regina. Leon made a mistake during practice, right?
How did you...
I told him so many times, you shouldn't be doing such dangerous acts. Like putting her head inside Leon's mouth, right?
Yeah, but Regina believed in Leon. She believed so strongly that the ringmaster went along. He never could say no to her.
Out of curiosity, who was bitten? Come on, Mo. Don't climb up on me now. Who did Leon bite on the head?
Well, I promised I wouldn't say anything.
You promised? He's involved in this too. He's involved, huh? Mo must be talking about... Oh, is this the person you promised you wouldn't say anything? Is this the person that you promised you wouldn't say anything? Okay, yeah. Sorry, I was just thinking about the grammar, but it's fine.
I'm just silly.
It must have been Acro, right?
How'd you know?
Don't worry about that, Mo. Getting to the bottom of this accident may help solve what happened to the ringmaster.
No way.
I need to know the truth about what happened to Russell. Please tell me what you know.
I'm sorry, Acro.
Oh, nice. I live to see another day.
It's just like you said, you know, the accident. Did someone die?
No, but it would have been probably better if he had.
What? How could it have been better?
He's still alive, but when he got bit, he suffered massive brain damage. He'll never recover from the coma that he's in.
Coma?
All he does now is lie in bed at the hospital. And that's all he's ever going to be able to do.
I see. How is he related to Acro?
He's his brother.
Huh?
The person who got bit was Acro's brother.
Brother?
They were an acrobat team of brothers, Acro and Bat. Cute nicknames, I thought. Anyways, they were an incredible team, cut down together in their prime.
Who is Acro's younger brother?
Sean Dingling. I can't get over the last name Dingling. But everyone just called him Bat. He fell in love with Regina, trying to win her. Love was his downfall. Everyone seems to fall in love with Regina. 6 months ago, while we were practicing, all of a sudden, Bat blurts out, "Let me perform with Leon."
Why would he do that?
I don't know, but that's what caused the accident.
I'll never forget that moment. It was so strange. Leon had the weirdest look on his face.
Pepper! Someone made the lion sneeze. And that's why he bit down.
He was smiling. He? You mean Leon? Yes, Leon. When he bit down, he was smiling.
That's his nose! His nose was tickly. Oh man, that must have been so gruesome. Ugh.
Some sick grin. No way. That's impossible.
A smirking lion? A flying murderer? Why does it seem like it's always Mo who catches all these incredible events?
Nick, can lions smile?
No, they don't have the facial muscles. Just like cats. Cats don't have the facial muscles.
We never told the police about the incident. The circus would have been shut down if we had. The next day, the ringmaster took Leon out and shot him with a rifle. So that's what really happened.
Oh, well, you guys are so serious. What am I supposed to do? I had to tell you. But all this truthfulness has gotten me in the mood for a burger. Here, you two have some pepper. Shaka 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 shaka. There he goes again, acting like his normal crazy self.
Achoo! Achoo!
Nice. What a wonderful sneeze. Huh?
You think so?
You sneeze with pepper and slip on a banana peel. That's the basic clownsmanship. Surely I know you 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀𝘀. Understand that.
Nick, I think I'd make a good clown.
Other than Regina, I've never seen a cuter sneeze.
Does Regina sneeze with pepper too?
She does. Bat would always tease her with pepper.
Bat?
From my point of view, those two always look so perfect together.
They looked perfect together, huh?
This is all very suspicious. Girl, I'm coming for you. Ah, Mr. Wright, back again, I see.
Well, he did say I'll be back, or was that someone else?
We're back because 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀𝘀 hiding why his legs are injured. At first I thought he was saying because he's hiding his legs. He was hurt in the accident 6 months ago. It would seem that he knows that what we know. Well, it seems like you got things you want to talk about, so fire away. I wouldn't want to see him angry. About the wheelchair. I have to ask, how were you injured? I'm sorry, I thought we talked about this. It was an accident that happened during practice. An accident during practice? Yes. Unfortunately, acrobats are prone to all sorts of injuries. He's lying. If that were the real case, he would have no reason to keep it a secret. Acro, are you really telling me that practice accident was the cause of your injury? What about Bat? Alright, Acro, just tell me the truth. Do you mind if I ask you a question first? What do you want to know? Do you really think I could get an injury like this from something like that? Yikes, this seems like I'm off track with this one. Huh? Oh, I had to present Leon first, sorry. Leon, 6 months ago you were attacked by the lion. That's when you were injured. I know I'm on the right track, I just need to keep going. You're saying I was attacked by a lion. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'm an acrobat. I'm no animal tamer. If a lion was coming at me, I'd be running for the exit. Okay, maybe attacked is not the best word to be using, so let me rephrase that as battled the lion. You seem to enjoy telling jokes. Why should I decide to battle a lion? Because you had to fight it. You had to fight it to save someone. Bat. It was a shame what happened to your brother 6 months ago. You tried to save him, didn't you? And that's how you got that terrible injury. Mo, he must have told you. Yes, we learned about Bat from Mo, but he didn't mention anything about you in regards to the accident. I suppose it was just a slip of the tongue on his part, that's how I figured it out. A slip of the tongue. Anyways, they're an incredible team cut down together in their prime. Cut down together. That was where he slipped. That's how I figured it out. You two ended up in the center of the same accident together, like always. I see. But an accident is an accident. It wasn't anyone's fault. I still haven't broken 𝗟𝗋's last psyche lock. It must have been one incredibly deep-seated secret. It wasn't anyone's fault. Do you care to explain more? 𝗟𝗋, I know you're still hiding something from me. Maybe someone you don't seem to like much is the reason why you're being evasive. Regina, you always seem calm and collected until you start talking about her. Saying things like she is cruel. Well done, Mr. Attorney. You've got quite a set of eagle eyes. You know, her tiger just tried to attack me. Regent tried to attack you. Twice. Ha ha ha. He wasn't serious, I'm sure. You're not trying to insinuate that I believe she spurred on Leon to attack Bat, are you? Leon was never taught a command to attack people. Regina isn't capable of doing something like that. Besides, Regina had no reason to want to hurt my little brother. Regina and Bat were such good friends back then. But you still hate Regina. I've got proof of it. What? What are you talking about? Duh, maybe I overdid it again, but if I can hand something over... It's proof you had it out for Regina all along. This... Where'd you get this? Regina posted it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria. Before that, it was in her pocket. I guess I noticed it when I was walking around breakfast time. I always take 𝗟𝗋 his breakfast in the morning. You wrote this, and then you put it in her pocket. That's right, isn't it? That's right. Well done, Mr. Wright. My legs were injured by Leon 6 months ago. My younger brother, Bat, had a dare with Regina. A dare? An absurd dare. If I can put my head inside of Leon's mouth like you do, you have to go to the movies with me on a date. That's insane! Doesn't he know how dangerous that is? We all thought he was being stupid too. That line was very old to begin with. Age brought with it countless experience in doing that very trick. Unfortunately, this particular time, I guess Leon wasn't ready or willing. And that's when the accident happened. He just wanted to take her out to the movies. Oh, Bat. When Leon chomped down, I jumped towards him. Then Leon attacked me, and that's how I ended up. What about Bat? He's still in a coma. I went to the hospital yesterday to visit him. I see. I'm still waiting for him to open his eyes again. And that's the reason why I keep going. Bat and Regina. They were such great friends. Oh yeah, and I wanted you to take a look at this. What is it? This is the scarf that my brother was wearing when Leon attacked him. Gross! It's covered in blood. This scarf, it was a present from Regina to my brother on the day of the accident. So unless someone knows that she did it, I mean, unless someone knows that she was going to give that scarf, then she's the killer. Okay, also, we're kind of, there's not too much left in the case, so I'm going to finish the case and then we'll play Palia. I'll just give a little update. When he did, he looked like he was smiling. He? Leon, obviously. Oh! When he bit down on Bat's head. The expression on Leon's face looked like a grin. I know, Mo said the same thing. What do you think it all means? I'll be taking that scarf if you don't mind. Oh, I'll be taking that scarf if you don't mind. Miss Von Karma? I've already heard everything, so hand over the scarf. But the scarf is evidence in the trial. That's for me to decide. I think we should begin our preparations now, Acro. Preparations? I've served a summons to Acro to appear in court tomorrow as a witness. Acro, we'll talk more at the prosecutor's office. Acro, a witness? Come, Acro, let's go to the office. Yes, ma'am. Now what do we do, Nick? How are we going to handle tomorrow? Don't worry about it, I'll figure something out. Look at you, all full of confidence. You must have found something you can use. This is all beginning to come together now. Don't forget to hydrate. I'm hydrating. December 30th, 9:41 a.m. Good morning, Max. Oh, yeah, good morning, sweeties. You don't seem like your usual sparkling self today. I'm always like this before I go in front of an audience. I'm working up to it. Thanks, Dem. Teehee. Don't get nervous, Maxie. Here, have a glass of milk. Regina! How fabulous! My sweetie pie princess. You came to watch my performance today. Thank you for the breathing check, Yusk. Of course I did. Mo told me that I should come and watch this. Mo said that? So what kind of performance will you put on today? Let me guess, you'll fly at the end? It's not like that kind of show. Isn't that right, my sweeties? Huh? I think my sweetie pie princess doesn't... Yeah, she doesn't seem to realize what's going on, or even where she is. Well, Max, it looks like it's time to raise the curtain. I'll see you later. Today I'm just a member of the audience. Fabulous. Enjoy yourself out there. Good luck, Max. You're the best. Regina's different, don't you think, Nick? Top of the morning to you. Everybody, let's get to stuck in legal limbo. How low can you go? Mo. Top of the morning to you, Governor. Top of the morning. That's the ticket. Attacking the day starts with energy in the morning. The early bird gets the worm, but then again, worms lack higher brain function. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Here, Max, I brought you a present. Have some milk. Oh my, thanks. So, why is everyone giving milk? This is weird. Hey, Jack, how you doing? Long time no see. These hearts are so cute. So how you doing today, right? Well, I got the feeling that today I'm going to face off the real culprit. You mean Acro? Look at that face, though. Huh? You think he did it? Be careful. He's used to putting his life on the line. He's got guts to spare. If all I've got to worry about is how thin the tightrope is, I'm used to it already. It just means that I won't be able to press him like I can with other witnesses. What are you going to do then, Nick? I guess we'll just have to do without our usual psychological warfare. Today we can rely on evidence. It's the only way we'll get past Acro and the truth. You're right. That is going to be tough. Anyways, I just wanted to make sure that Regina sees it all today. It's important. Then she'll finally have to deal with the reality of what happened to her father. You want us to make sure Regina watches? Yes, that's why I brought her here to court today. What's that supposed to mean? She needs to know that when people die, they don't just become stars. I may be an old-fashioned clown, but I don't believe that in people becoming stars.
December 30th, 10 a.m., District Court, room number 2. Court is now in session for 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 Galactica. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well, Ms. 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, you may proceed with your case. The prosecution would like to revise its previous theory of events. What's the meaning of this? We have discovered a new witness, or shall I say, a new eyewitness. One that saw 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 Galactica fly off from the scene of the crime. Order! Order! I had a feeling like something like this would come up. Due to this revision, we are now prepared to explain how the defendant flew that night. An explanation the prosecution will present if the need so arises. In fact, my detective stayed up all night creating a mock-up of the scene on my orders. Poor gumshoe. Very well, please call your witness to the stand. Time to get to work, or shall I say, time to walk the courtroom tightrope. Dun-dun. Yo, that's... In this context, this is the biggest chair. I'm excited to see him fall apart. Name and occupation. Ken Dingling, but everyone calls me Acro. I'm employed as an acrobat at the Very Big Circus. Where were you the night of the crime? I was in my room that night. If you look at the map, you will see the witness's room is near the crime scene. My room is on the 3rd floor. The crime scene is below my window. The night of the crime, the witness saw something quite shocking. Would you tell us what you witnessed? Okay. It was just after 10 p.m. and I was resting in my bed. Around that time, I heard a large thump from the noise from outside the window. Then, a few moments later, I saw someone flying right by my window. It was Max Galactica. I only saw him from behind, but that's what it looked like. To be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming. This witness's testimony matches exactly with that of the clown. If that is the case, there is very little the prosecution need to add. All that's left is to explain how the defendant disappeared into the sky that night. Before we get that far, I'd like to cross-examine the witness. A foolish choice by a foolish fool who wishes to feel the foolish sadness of a sad fool. A man must know the proper timing for things, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Just like your old friend, Mr. Miles Edgeworth did. Rude. Mr. Wright, do you have a problem with the witness's testimony? In the words of Miss 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀, I may quote yesterday's proceedings. There's no way that actually happened. Very well, you may proceed with your cross-examination. What I witnessed... It was just after 10 p.m. and I was resting in my bed. Around that time, I heard a large thump noise from outside the window. Then a few moments later, I saw someone flying right by my window. It was Max Galactica. I only saw him from behind, but that's what it looked like. The light in your window was turned off then, right? That's true. I was going to bed after all. So, with the lights off, you were still able to see clearly a human fly by your window? The safety lights lit things up enough for me to see, but honestly, there was only enough light for me to see the silhouette outside my window. It was the person's back, so I couldn't see the white roses on the front. Did you see any other symbols? I clearly saw the silk hat as well as the cloak wrapped around the body. I'm convinced that the person I saw was Max Galactica. The more I press him, the less results I seem to get. But maybe there was something fishy with his latest bit of testimony? It's a contradiction. There's a huge contradiction with the testimony that was just given. If there's a contradiction, then prove it with the evidence. She's right. Let's see some evidence. Do you have any evidence to support your claim of a contradiction?
You claim to have seen the exact same thing Mo saw that night. Do you stand by that? What do you mean? The silk hat. What about the silk hat? I saw it on Max's head as he flew by my window. Well, you should have tried looking down outside your window that night. That would have been quite difficult considering the state I'm in. He can probably walk. He's probably not actually wheelchair bound, I bet it. Just look outside the window wasn't tough enough challenge for me. That's a shame because you would have noticed the silk hat found on the scene. That's the ringmaster's hat, right? How could he not recognize Max's hat? No matter how you look, afraid not. No matter how you look at it, this is Max's silk hat. Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that Max has 2 silk hats? No. This is a handmade, one-of-a-kind model that only made for Maximilian Galactica, which means, 𝗟𝗀, that you've been fibbing on the stand. Order! Order! As always, it looks like someone had to open their mouth before thinking. Are you okay, Nick? Well, I opened my big mouth and now I have to back it up. How about it, Mr. Wright? What would cause this witness to commit perjury in this court today? 𝗟𝗀 is the real culprit. Your Honor, on this occasion, the defense accuses 𝗟𝗀 himself. On this occasion? Accuses 𝗟𝗀? What in the world are you accusing him of? Obviously, we accuse him of the murder of Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗀𝘀. Mr. Wright, are you serious? Deadly serious, Your Honor. I think your trips to the circus have served you well. You seem to have learned how to try and grab at an audience's hearts and minds. Your Honor, do not allow yourself to be swayed by theatrics. Trying to wow the crowd with smoke and mirrors is the oldest bluff in the book. Really? If you don't believe me, just look at the witness. He's calm enough for it to be almost scary. Because he knows he'll get away with it, or at least that's the thought. He is staying rather calm and collected. Mr. Dingling, did you have any response to the defense's accusation? I don't really need to say a thing, do I? What do you mean? Everyone, take a good look at me. I can't even stand by myself, let alone the lodging house. That's true. I understand that Mr. Wright is just trying to help his client. But to do this by accusing me of murder, of all things. Yeah, I forgot to mention that, the bird poking Nick. See, even a sliver of common sense makes it clear the accusation is ludicrous. She's right. The way to pick on the disabled man, you heartless cruel man. Phoenix is a poopy head. See that, Mr. Phoenix White? If you're trying to drum up support from the peanut gallery, that is how you do it. I think that's enough of this little game. I've got a doctor's note to confirm that 𝗟𝗀 is unable to stand under his own power. Maybe the defense is planning on making a claim to counter this as well. I can hear the defense now. 𝗟𝗀 had an accomplice. What do you say about this, Mr. Wright? Did 𝗟𝗀 have an accomplice? Of course he didn't. Now then, this must be when we get to hear the name of the mysterious accomplice. Not this time, Von Karma. What? You're not going to sucker me into this one. What are you blabbering about, Mr. Wright? There was no accomplice. 𝗟𝗀 planned and committed this murder all by himself. Order! Order! What are you getting at? Way to keep them on their toes, Nick. Now I'm going to have to prove how it all fits together. I have to show how 𝗟𝗀 murdered 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗀𝘀. Can you do it, Nick? Can you really do that? I know what I can't do. I can't stop now. If I stop attacking, I'm doomed. Alright, let's do it. Mr. Phoenix White. And this witness is the killer, then his eyewitness account is all lies, right? Mr. Wright, I'd like you to clear up something for me. When the crime was committed, exactly where was Mr. Dingling? Mr. Dingling was a little dangling in the ding-ding-ding. He was obviously here the entire time.
That's 𝗟𝗀's room? Pretty simple, eh? 𝗟𝗀 wasn't able to leave the lodging house by himself. In that case, there can only be one correct answer. That's how he floated, because he didn't leave his room. 𝗟𝗀 didn't leave his room to kill the ringmaster. What? Are you nuts? What are you saying, what say you, Mr. Dingling? That's an interesting theory. That's it? Considering what you proposed is impossible, yes, that's it. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. As the witness has stated, your assertion is impossible. Your assertion. As he is in a wheelchair, there's no way he could go to the scene or be the killer. Yeah, that's why that's what I was saying, like, you put the cloak on, you just go bonk the guy, and he flies away. You got a point. Seems you have forgotten once again, Mr. Phoenix Fight. The defendant was clearly spotted at the scene as a crime. That's true. Mo said he saw Max, didn't he? But Maya, it's still impossible for humans to fly. Hey, Pia! Hello! How you doing? But, just to give you a little run-up, we're just finishing this case and then we're gonna play some, Palia. Yeah, well, hang by me and you'll be into it plenty. We're planning on going through all the... Like, this is the second game, so after the second game was the third game, and then we can go to another trilogy, and yeah. Do you mind if I ask a question, Mr. Wright? Also, Piap, how you doing? How you doing? What is it? I understand some of your logic. However, how do you think I actually killed him? If I can't leave my room, I obviously couldn't wear Max's costume. How did he do it? That's the next course of this legal buffet. Be careful, Nick. You mess up here. She's right. I can't mess up here. I gotta give this one some serious thought. I'm sure 𝗟𝗀 killed the ringmaster, and he did it when he was in his room, no doubt about it. Time to enlighten us on how Mr. Dingling committed the crime, Mr. Wright. Send evidence. I'm good. I'm happy to be streaming again. I missed you guys. I'm going to present some evidence. I spent... I'll show you later. But I spent time making... starting to upload VODs and stuff like that. I'm going to present some evidence. So what did Mr. Dingling use to commit the crime of murder against 𝗟𝗀? Oh wait, is the... Oh, what? Did I click the wrong one? Stop way, I say. Before you start over, you must be penalized. Duh, you caught me. And if you don't put an end to this funny business, okay. Oh. What did I click? Did I click the circus map by accident? What? The Grand... It's the... It's in the picture. So I don't... Because we don't have a... No circus map. Oh, I didn't realize this was a... Okay. I guess I could have done that. What's that? A picture? It is indeed. The problem is the item that's shown in the picture. The bust?
it's quite a large bust. It's because it's life-size and also very, very heavy. Heavy. Heavy enough to guarantee a certain death, especially if it was all dropped from a third-story window. Ah! See? This is how 𝗟𝗶 was able to kill the Ringmaster. With the force of gravity and Maximilian Galactica's ample bust. Order! Order! So you're saying the bust fell onto the Ringmaster? A rather simple crime. Even if you were stuck in a wheelchair, that would be incredibly easy to commit. How could you possibly wheel a wheelchair with something so heavy? It's impossible. Well, 𝗟𝗶 is an acrobat. He should have more than enough upper body strength to carry something like the bust. Mr. Dingling, how do you respond to these charges? Well, I was at a loss for words. He should be. He knows that I'm getting close to the truth. Well, 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 𝗟𝗶. Ow. I'd watch what I say if I were you, Mr. 𝗟𝗶H. I actually said ow, like, instinctively. What? Your Honor, the physical health of the witness is material to this case. I demand that we get a proper testimony from the witness himself. Ah, testimony, you say. On karma. She's just using this testimony as a ruse to stall for time. There's absolutely no need for such a testimony. The defense has its version of the murder. The prosecution has the right to respond. The defense's objection is overruled. Why can't you see things my way for once in a while? Mr. Dingling, I'm sorry, but we need you to testify about your physical condition. If you have any doubts about your ability to testify, we can request expert testimony. The witness will have no problems. However, let's all be respectful towards him. Thank you. Ugh, this woman will sink to any low to win a case. I suppose I could have lifted something the size of that bust. I have a strong upper body from working as an acrobat, and only my legs were injured. However, lifting that bust and looking out the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. That makes it impossible for me to have known the location of the Ringmaster's head. Thus, it would be unrealistic for me to drop the bust on him, don't you think? I have no doubts regarding to this witness's testimony. It was impossible for him to lift the bust and stick himself far out enough to look. Not to mention that he could have not known the location of the Ringmaster's head. A single false step and you would lead you to even more severe injuries. That's what I was thinking. What's your opinion of the matter, Mr. Wright? I still like to proceed with my cross-examination. He is simply stalling. It's shameful, really. Ugh, I can't let her get to me. I've got to focus. Well, he used the box as a target. 𝗟𝗶, you don't really need to lean out of the window, did you? Or you didn't really need to lean. What are you driving at, Mr. Wright? You already knew ahead of time where the Ringmaster's head was going to be. Quite precisely, I might add. Your silly hinting at things is pointless, Mr. 𝗟𝗋ₛ. Enough stalling. How about you show us some evidence? But I did such a good job hinting. Yes. Hurry up and explain things, Mr. Wright. Maybe you should take a look at this. The key point here is the wooden box. The same wooden box that the victim was found hunched over? The same. The question is, who placed the wooden box here? Who? When Ben and company saw the Ringmaster, they didn't see him holding the box. Which means that this wooden box was already placed at the scene of the crime. I have to admit that your theory makes a lot of sense. The moment that the bust came falling down was exactly the same moment that the Ringmaster lifted up this wooden box. Which means the answer to all these questions is now crystal clear. You mean, if the bust were to fall upon the point marked out by the wooden box, There'd be no way that you could have missed the head of the victim. No. Order. This is unbelievable. Finally, some of these loose ends are starting to tie themselves up. Now I just gotta keep going, and there's only one way to go from here, forward. So the next question is, who placed that box at the scene? It was Mr. Dingling, of course. He connected to a rope and then had to lower. All he had to do was lower it down. Ow! Allow me to whip some sense into you, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗀𝘀. Ow! The ringmaster's head could have been anywhere when he lifted the box. That's why the box is specially made. Specially made. Indeed. It had the most peculiar feature. The box has a remarkable weight. According to the court record, it weighs 20 pounds. Just lifting up this wooden box would have required... Oh, I see. One would have to squat down, then lift it up with their body, wouldn't you say? That's exactly what I'm trying to point out. The box is also very large. The box also has carrying handles on either side, doesn't it? That's correct. To lift up the box, you would have had to squat down. Which means... no matter who you are, your head would be approximately the same position. Fool. Does he even bother to listen to me anymore? I've heard what you've had to say. I must admit, I'm shocked at your imaginative skills. Did you do it? Did you place this box in the plaza? Mr. Wright may have a vivid imagination, but I could never have done what he's proposing. What? Mr. Bright, do you recall the original location of Max's bust? Yeah, apparently there's a humorous thing, so I want to see what it says. I kind of forgot. Nick, don't tell me you're losing your memory already. No, let's not get carried away. Hey, stick out your head a little. I've got a thing. I've got just the thing. A Maya kick! Enough of that. No horseplay in this courtroom, and no kicking the defense attorney. According to the courtroom record, the bust disappeared from the cafeteria. I'd like you to remember one important fact, Mr. Wright. I could not possibly leave the lodging house all by myself. Ah, that means... You understand what it means, don't you? I may very well have been able to drop the bust from my room. However, how would I have gotten the bust from the cafeteria to my room? You see, Mr. 𝗟𝗋𝗀𝘀 explained that. Because it's direct contact versus whip contact, I guess, I don't know. Don't forget, you said there was no accomplice. Ah! Tell us exactly how the witness would have carried the bust from the cafeteria. Yep, we definitely have a problem here, but this is no place to get perplexed. I've got to get my wits about me and prove how things happened once and for all. Alright, Mr. Wright, let's hear your explanation. How did the witness get the bust back from the cafeteria to his room? This monkey be heavy. I mean, be strong. Strong. A monkey? Everyone knows money. He loves shiny objects of any size. Oh, like when he stole the ventriloquist's ring. So, are you saying the witness had a monkey steal the bust? Of course he didn't order the monkey to steal it. The monkey stole it on his own and brought it back home. Home? Money lives in Acro's room. Acro's room? That's what I was thinking, Usk. But the bust was bronze, wasn't it? Bronze isn't all that shiny. Maybe you should put the whip down sometimes and read the court record. My, those are some very nice cards he's holding. Yes, and they're made of platinum, which is very shiny. Wah! Acro. Money is a strong monkey, right? It's easy for him to bring the bus back to your room. He did have like a car tire in his room, so if I remember correctly. If he wasn't able to handle it himself, I'd be on the market for a new roommate. Why are you offering that? Acro. Order! Order! I said order, Miss Von Karma! Where is the bust in question this moment? I don't know. We are searching for it as we speak. This is a rather strange turn of events. But let's say the monkey had not stolen the bust. What would have happened then? Well, in that event, something else would have been used as the murder weapon. Wait. Then you mean this bust was the murder weapon, purely by accident? It's possible. Maybe Acro saw Money's mountain of stolen goods and thought it was a good one to put one of them to use. It was good to use one of them. Anyways, I think we've more than proven one critical fact. Namely, that it was entirely possible that Acro was the murderer. Moron! Mr. Wright's argument was so circular and a bit dizzy, however. His argument does hold water. There's no denying that. Ow! Don't seem so flamboozled, especially by this fraud of an attorney. Fraud? You've forgotten the absolutely most important thing, Mr. 𝗟𝗶H𝗸🀀. And what is that? You should know. You forgot your fraud of a magician client was spotted at the scene of the crime. There's no reason to doubt the clown's testimony. That's true. How do you respond to that, Mr. Wright? Don't let her beat you now. I won't. This is my chance to turn the trial around. When the murder occurred, there were two people at the scene of the crime. One was the victim, 𝗟𝗟_𝗶𝗹𝘀, and the other was the murderer himself. Answer this, and only this, Mr. 𝗟𝗶H_𝗀𝘀. Who was the murderer the clown saw? It was the bust. He saw— Ow! I asked who was the other person Mo saw on the scene. The evidence has nothing to do with the question. Au contraire, mon frère, I don't know how to pronounce it. It does indeed have something to do with the question. Mo said that he saw Max's silhouette, but he did not actually see the man himself. It wasn't a human being he saw. We're getting so smart. How is that possible? It's simple, really. What Mo actually saw that night was Max's bust. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Have you tried using your brain at all in this case? The silhouette he saw was wearing a cloak. There's no reason why you couldn't attach a cloak to the bust. It would be easy to hang one off the cards in the bust's hands. Idiot. Who in their right mind would put a cloak on a bust? It doesn't matter who put it on the bust. Just wait a minute now, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? That question is of the utmost importance in this case, don't you agree? Duh, he caught me. Let's have it, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? Okay, well, this is a bit of a stretch, but fool, him? You're saying it was the victim himself, Miss 𝗟𝗟_𝗶𝗹𝘀. That's what I'm saying. The victim himself placed the cloak on the bust. Place the cloak isn't really the right way of putting it. Then what would be the right way of putting it, Mr. Wright? Explain yourself. Nick, do you really have a handle on all of this? I'm fine, Maya. I'm finally putting all the pieces together. There's really only one picture I can paint anyways. Alright. So you want to know what really happened that night? Let's step back in time. Acro used a rope to lower the wooden box onto the scene. Then he attached that rope to the bust, and dangled the bust out of his bedroom window directly above the wooden box. At the same time, the ringmaster told Max to wait in his room and went to the scene. Of course, at the time the ringmaster was wearing Max's costume. Perhaps he didn't want anyone to recognize him that night. But just as he feared, he was spotted at the entrance of the lodging house by none other than Ventriloquist and his puppet, Ben and Trillo. It just occurred to me. Ben and Trillo. Ben sounds like Ven. And the puppet is Triloquist, so Ben Triloquist. Wow. When the ringmaster arrived at the scene, he bent over to lift the wooden box. And that's when 𝗟𝗀 took his chance and released the rope. Now, this is when the magic happens. The very instant the bus hit the victim. Just wait a second there, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀𝘀. As much as you try, as much as you scheme, this just can't be true. This just isn't true. It can't be. It's still a little early to be so upset, Miss von Karma. The circus isn't over yet. What? The impact of the bust on the victim threw the cloak up, which snagged on the bust. Like, this is what I'm talking about, like a strap. Like, what? That impact also caused the sound a certain witness heard, prompting him to take a look. That witness was, of course, Lawrence Mo Curls, the clown. When Mo looked out of his window, the cloak had already snagged onto the bust. Now, having completed the crime, 𝗟𝗀 naturally went about pulling up the murder weapon. Of course, he had no idea Mo saw the bust being raised with the cloak dangling on it, primarily because in his wheelchair he couldn't see out of his window, so he just kept pulling the bust up. And that's how the magical murderer disappeared into the sky came to be. So you see, the only person who could have pulled this off is the person who was able to drop the murder weapon from above the crime scene. 𝗟𝗀, it could have only been you. 𝗟𝗀's been playing mind games with us all. He sure has. But he has to come to the end of his rope now. He has come to the end of his rope now. So, what now? You graced us with a rather long-winded tale. But do you have any evidence to prove that your fairy tale is true? Evidence? In this court, only two things matter. Two things matter. The power of evidence and the power of my whip. My vip. Don't forget the power of my gavel as well. Mr. Wright, the prosecution brings up a good point. Can we see some evidence?
Nick, they say they want evidence.
I just explained how there can only be one possible murder method, but there still is something unusual about Mo's eyewitness account.
Unusual.
A contradiction, actually.
Okay then, just use that and get us out of this jam.
That's enough talking amongst yourselves. Proceed, Mr. Wright. Present some evidence to the court that backs your claims. I want hard proof that you have unraveled the trick to this magic case. The problem is Max's three symbols. You know, the silk hat, the cloak, and the white roses. Those symbols were a problem numerous times during yesterday's proceedings. Yesterday, there were two contradictions in Mo's testimony. The silk hat was one, the white roses was the other. But the theory I just presented explains all of those contradictions. You fool. Do you ever shut up? Max's silk hat was found at the scene of the crime. However, remember what Mo said yesterday. He testified that the criminal he saw fleeing this scene was wearing a silk hat. There's only one explanation for that. The silk hat that Mo saw was actually the bust's. Makes sense if you look at it that way, then he did see the silk hat. Well, sort of. Fine, you got one, but what's about the other contradiction? That contradiction. The other contradiction? Remember what that ventriloquist said in court. He says he witnessed white roses on Max's chest that night. But the clown's testimony doesn't match. Oh, good point. Good point. The clown says there were no white roses. I'd like to see you try and explain that one away. Can you do it, Nick? Of course, I can explain all of it. What was that? Please recall the instance when the cloak snagged on the bust. The cloak snagged on the bust. What happened to the white roses? Really? Come on, I mean... You get it? The cloak got snagged on the front of the bust. It means that the white roses would end up in the back of the bust. Ah. Which explains why Mo didn't see them. The white roses were not visible because they were on the back side of the bust. Order! Order! This is quite the shocking state of affairs. Mr. Wright's theory still sounds a bit absurd to me. However, let's just keep going down this road for a while and see where it leads.
Let's do this, Nick. Then maybe 𝗟𝗏 will finally throw in the towel. Well, so much for that theory.
Mr. Wright, do you mind? What is it? You took the time to research our circus, didn't you? Well, yes, I did. Is there something making you think I didn't? If you did, then maybe you'll understand why I think you're off track. Why is that? Motive. This witness feels an incredible debt of gratitude towards the ringmaster. Anyone with anyone with any relation to the circus is well aware of this. Thus, there is absolutely no way someone like this would kill the ringmaster. Your Honor, I'd like you to hear 𝗟𝗏's story. Learn about his relationship with the ringmaster and his life up until now.
What do we do? There's no doubt that 𝗟𝗏 deeply respected the ringmaster.
𝗟𝗏's motive, It seems like this case isn't over yet. Very well. However, I feel this is a good place to take a break. I'll listen to the rest of your Mr. Dingling's testimony after recess. This court will now take a 10-minute recess. Okay, that second actually took a little bit longer than I expected. There's only one more section. Should we just finish it, or would you like me to switch to Palia? Yeah, so convincingly, in fact. $5 hours. Per week for 3 weeks. Well, I knew that it was multiple weeks. I mean, yeah. Yeah, it's true. Good point, 𝗟𝗏. This is true. This is true. Okay, we'll finish Ace. The people have spoken. Can you imagine? It's like, there's a climax! Hot pot. December 30th, 2:17 p.m.
I can't believe it. 𝗟𝗏.
It's pretty shocking, isn't it? It definitely is, and to think he was always the most straightforward of the group. Jeebus, am I that hated?
𝗟𝗏 tried to pin the murder on you on purpose.
He did? But I'm nothing but a little old nobody, you know?
But you're not, which is kind of the reason why.
Hey, pal. You're gonna ignore me after I went all this trouble to bring you some evidence?
Oh, Detective 𝗟𝗏.
Ah, forget it. I'm going home. This guy deserved to be guilty anyway. Now, Detective, I'm sorry. Look, why don't you relax a little? We got some really tasty milk. How about a card trick, Detective? Ho, well, if you insist.
Now, about that evidence you mentioned, what is it?
Here you go.
Huh? This was yesterday in 𝗟𝗏's room.
Yep, and I included the forensics results. Take a look at it later.
Won't Miss von Karma be mad that you're doing this? That's why this is all a secret. Huh? Look, details are on a need-to-know basis, and we're not really allies or anything, but everything that's happened on the court up until now has gone according to our plan. I don't know. Miss von Karma didn't seem in control of things in there just now. You'll figure it out eventually, pal. Yesterday, our final plans were set into motion. Final plans? Uh-huh. That reminds me, I got a message from the prosecutor for you. Nothing is ever truly decided until the very end. I have a feeling that the prosecutor he's talking about is not the same prosecutor we're going up against. That's it. That's it for me too, pal. I'm out of here. Suspicious. What do you mean by that, the very end? I'm not sure. It was all pretty cryptic to me. Oh, one more thing. Ah! Don't scare me like that! It looks like there's a large care package from the circus for the defendant. What? From me? It's milk. The reception area looks like some kind of dairy, so hurry up and drink it all before it spoils. An entire dairy's worth of milk from me? What's with all this milk? Is this like some inside joke I don't get? Oh. You two made a good point. That very good. Oh, I think that maybe they're just assuming that not everyone has the free time that we do. All the times I like to log it on. Okay, it looks like they're having some. Palia is having some issues, so maybe it's good timing. Wait, at this one. Court is now back in session. Miss von Karma, please continue from where you left off. I'd like to continue with 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝘀 testimony, starting with his relationship to the victim. I'd also like to get proof from the defense. Proof of what kind of motive 𝗟𝗀 would have had to commit this crime. Understood. Now, Mr. Dingling. Yes, Your Honor. Please proceed with your testimony. Finally, we get to the motive. Wait, Nick, are you okay? Just do me a favor and don't ask questions you don't want answers to. Oh. Could you hear my gulp? I tried to make it loud enough. When we were little, we were abandoned by our parents. That's when the ringmaster of 𝗟𝗶ሔር Big Circus, Russell Berry, took us in. I became an acrobat around 9 years old. I wanted to find a way to repay the ringmaster. That's what my sole purpose in life was. Eh, good. You're such a thoughtful young man. As you heard, the witness deeply respected the victim. I wonder how anyone could think that 𝗟𝗀 would kill the man he held in such esteem. You're absolutely right. How could anyone think that, Mr. Wright? Which is why there's no real need for cross-examination, is there? This guy, why is he actually a judge? Actually, that's the question I'm trying to answer myself. Why would 𝗟𝗀 kill the ringmaster? This might be my last chance to answer that question. Of course, I'll cross-examine. Oh, wait. Oh, congratulations. Hey, Freestar. I'm, 15 is... How many is the max? Is the max 20? 25? Or is it 15? I haven't... 15. Oh, shit. Congrats, dude. That's awesome. In this case, you need to press every... Okay. Get your gun such an intense
But your guns get such an intense upgrades at 13. Well, you weren't able to finish 13 until you had a friend anyway, so I guess the upgrades, were they really that good? I'm putting one of those fingers under my chin, like, you can't see it, but just imagine a little paw. But anyway, that's awesome. Did you yeah, I guess I'll have to check it out. I'm still trying to get Perfect Crew, just like on my own. The achievement where basically you don't take any damage. I just like turned off all the lights. I was trying to do it myself since my my partner has been busy. But yeah. Anyway. You're so tactless, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗀𝘀. You don't care about justice, do you? You just want to fabricate a motive. Very well, Mr. Wright. Cross-examine the witness. Okay, so I was supposed to just not cross-examine him, but that goes against everything that I remember. Not remember that this game teaches us. So I had to cross everything. We? Yes, my Bronze Sean and I. What? You have a brother? How old were you when this happened, 𝗟𝗀? I was 8 years old and my brother was 4. Your parents were very cruel, weren't they? Nowadays, we aren't bitter about what happened to us, because it allowed us to meet wonderful people at the 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀 Big Circus. Nick, the judge is getting misty-eyed. He's got a soft spot for sob stories, it looks like. Ow! No crying in the court. Let's keep going. The witness may proceed with his testimony. That's when the ringmaster of Very Big Circus, Russell Berry, took us in. Actually, I don't regret it, because then we get to hear a little bit more story. How would you describe your relationship with the ringmaster? He was like an uncle, a father, and a big brother all rolled up into one. The ringmaster and my brother were the only family I had. What about the other people at the circus? This was over 15 years ago. Back then, there were very few customers coming in, so no one really had the time to look after us. They were worried about other things. But the ringmaster, he would always come to see us with a laugh and a smile. What a beautiful story. That's why I was always thinking about what I could do to help. I wanted to thank him. Nick, isn't 𝗟𝗀 such a wonderful person? I know, he seems like a nice guy, which makes this more so difficult. So then how long have you been a performer? I became an acrobat at about 9 years old. You started off as an acrobat at that early of an age? I begged the ringmaster until he finally agreed to let me do it. Ever since then, I've been in incredible physical shape. That's also when I decided to form a group with my brother. We called ourselves the Flying Dinglingberries. The Flying Dingle... I just read as Dingleberries. The Flying Dinglingberries. It's nearly a household name. I've even heard of them in Germany. Liar. The point of that is I wanted to be of some use to the circus. You are truly a remarkable young man. The judge keeps looking at 𝗟𝗀 almost like a proud father. I wanted to find a way to repay the ringmaster. That was my sole purpose in life. Did you ever have any trouble with the ringmaster? Ow! How could you ask such a thing, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀𝗀? Do you have some sort of fundamental misunderstanding of this witness's testimony? Or is there heartfelt emotions contained within? You better think about this, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀. You better think hard. Ow! 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 No matter how you look at it, there's no way I could see this witness ever taking the victim's life. Why did you whip him then? Exactly. I've been waiting for you to say that, Your Honor. Nick, I hate to say it, but I agree with him. I was trying to chase down the truth, but I ended up just looking like a jerk. I think that will be enough for now. Pondering whether or not this man would kill the ringmaster leads me to believe that this is pretty unlikely. Exactly right, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, I'd like to ask you a question. Go ahead, Your Honor. I would like to know, can you provide an explanation as to why 𝗟𝗀 would want the ringmaster dead? I can't provide one. Nick! Yes, I didn't even have to think about it. It's obvious from the start, Your Honor. The reason that 𝗟𝗀 killed the ringmaster is something that can't be proven. What? That's because 𝗟𝗀 had no reason to kill the ringmaster at all. Ow! Your foolish attempts to fool us like foolish fools is so foolhardily foolish. Did you forget? You made an accusation against this witness, did you not? I believe it was. This is the real killer of 𝗟𝗡𝗶𝗹𝘀, Ringmaster. If you want to jump to the end of things, then yes, that sounds about right. The end of things? 𝗟𝗋. You didn't plan to kill the Ringmaster at all, did you? The Ringmaster wasn't your target that night. What did you say? I'm saying that the target of this witness's murderous plot was not the Ringmaster. Because it was never his intention to kill 𝗟𝗡𝗶𝗹𝘀 to begin with. What? Order! Order! Bailiff, I do not care who it is, smack anyone who's loud in the face, twice if you must. Mr. Wright, what in the world are you trying to do to my court? Ow! Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗀𝘀, what in the world are you trying to do in his court? Are you attempting to imply that 𝗟𝗋𝗀 was trying to kill someone else? Regina Berry. This young girl is the Ringmaster's daughter, correct? 𝗟𝗋, you were really aiming for her that night, weren't you? Objection! You don't need to answer that. That is a mean-spirited leading question. Objection! He could easily answer this question. If I'm wrong, all he has to say is you're wrong, that's it. That's it, huh, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗀𝘀? Enough, Mr. Wright, allow me to... Ow! The only thing allowed to interrupt me is death itself. Huh? And that goes for you too, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀. I don't think he was trying to kill Max. Max just happened to be a casualty. Now show me the evidence, now! I want to know why 𝗟𝗋 would want to kill Regina Berry. Yes, me too. I demand to see some proof. Present evidence that proves that 𝗟𝗋 was out to kill this young girl. Because of the note. 𝗟𝗋, you remember this, don't you? That's a piece of paper that we found inside the Ringmaster's tailcoat. Inside the victim's tailcoat. 𝗟𝗋 wrote this note. It's ironically titled, "To the Murderer." Its purpose was to call someone to the plaza at 10 p.m. So you're saying that he called Mr. 𝗟𝗡𝗶𝗀𝘀 with that note? Yes, but there's just one little problem. Problem? 𝗟𝗋 did indeed place this note into someone's pocket. However, that someone was not the Ringmaster. You mean, it wasn't Fuzzy? That's exactly what I mean. The person this note was intended for was none other than Regina Berry. Order! Order! Order, Mr. Wright! This is a little theory of yours. It's the truth, Your Honor. It isn't a theory. Simply put, Regina didn't think the note was meant for her. Which is why, the morning of the crime, she placed it on the cafeteria bulletin board. That was her father. I mean, the Ringmaster. I saw the note. That's correct. The Ringmaster ended up in that plaza instead of Regina. And he was killed because of that mistake. Instead of Regina. That's incredible. Remember the testimony that 𝗟𝗋 gave us earlier today. Lifting up the bus and looking out the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. If I were to do that, I'd end up falling out the window myself. 𝗟𝗋 had no idea who it was who arrived at that plaza, because he couldn't look down out of his window to see who it actually was. I got it! 𝗟𝗋 thought it was Regina down in the plaza, and that's when he let the bus fly. Hey Nick, isn't Regina listening to all this from the audience? She is. Unfortunately, it's only going to get harsher from here. I hope Regina can handle it. 𝗟𝗋 wrote this note to Regina. Foolish fool with foolishly foolish fool ideas. You're so foolish, you've even made me sound like a foolhardy fool. Very well, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀𝘀. If you're so sure, then tell us about this line. I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Yes, what about that line? Well, if the note was meant for Regina Berry, it would mean that this note is declaring Regina Berry is a murderer. You just don't get it, do you? What? What did you say? The ringmaster knew what that note meant, which is why he went to the plaza, in place of his lovely daughter. Hold it right there, Mr. Wright. What is this incident that's alluding to in the note? The incident 6 months ago. I know all about it. Oh wait. An incident occurred 6 months ago. Apparently there's a human's response, but click the other one. And now I'm more than ready to show the court what happened at that time. Moron. Wait, are you sure that it relates to the present case? It does indeed, Your Honor. Everything in this case has started what happened 6 months ago. Really, Nick? I think so. Well then, if that is the case, hurry up and tell us about it. What is this conclusive evidence mentioned in the note? I know, I'd certainly like to know what it is. If I can't answer that question, the judge is going to think I'm bluffing. The conclusive evidence is... 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗹𝘀. 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗹𝘀. Achoo! 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 What kind of spicy joke is this, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗀𝘀? It isn't a joke at all. It's the decisive evidence you asked for. What do you mean? Recall that the victim was trying to take the wooden box away with him. He was doing so because this decisive piece of evidence was inside. Another unbelievable conclusion. Well, very well, Mr. Wright. What exactly are you saying? Are you claiming that Regina killed someone with a small bottle of pepper? Taking the note into account, that's the only logical conclusion you can draw. Foolishly fool who never tries of his own foolish ways. If you're so sure, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀, then answer this question. Who was Regina Barry's intended victim? That. Who is this? That is... Oh wait, why did I just give him an accent? Whoops. Who is this? This is Acro's younger brother. What does this prove? His younger brother isn't dead. Technically, that's true. However, Bat has been in a coma for 6 months now. It's not a stretch to see how Acro could feel that his brother is dead. Regina. She did that to him. You spend your entire life dreaming up new ways to be a fool. Naturally, the prosecution is looking to Acro's brother, Sean Dingling. 6 months ago, he was bit by a lion and fell to his current comatose state. A lion? Miss Regina Barry is an animal tamer by trade. However, no trained animal in that position is ever trained to attack another human. They wouldn't understand the command. Moreover, Miss Regina could never do something like that. It just is not in her. So then what happened to Acro's brother? He's not the victim of an attempted murder, he's a victim of an accident. I see. Now what do we do? No one seems to be going along with your theory. Do you think what happened to Bat was actually an accident? It's more than that. The lion biting Bat was no accident at all. What? You're such an amateur, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀𝘀. There's no way that Regina would ever incite her lion to attack another human being. She may not have incited the lion to attack another human being, but Regina is responsible for making the lion's bite her brother. Bite his brother. Bite Acro's brother. Bat. That's just a scarf. Acro. This scarf is something that Bat used to wear, correct? That's right. And who is the one that gave this scarf to Bat? Regina. Regina gave it to him. Regina. There's something more than just blood on this scarf, Your Honor. And what might that be? Pepper. Pepper? Pepper. Pepper, pepper, pepper? Regina gave the scarf to Bat right before the accident. She covered it with as much pepper as she could. Hey, what's with the silent treatment? Poke poke. Excuse me, Mr. Wright? You've done a good job fingering a criminal. But out of curiosity, what was her crime? Miss Barry gave a pepper-covered scarf to Bat as a present? Where's the crime in that? It still seems the judge doesn't see it. Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀𝘀. Venison, it says that the lion seemed to be smiling. Smiling? The lion was smiling? right before Bat was bitten by the lion. For a moment, the lion's mouth changed and looked like he was smiling. Lions smile? I've never heard of them smiling, however. Lion sneeze. Whoa, 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 whoa. Lion wasn't trying to bite Bat at all. In reality, all he was actually doing was trying to sneeze. He sneezed because of all the pepper on the scarf. What? You fool! You've got to be kidding me. What's the matter, Miss Von Karma? I object for objection's sake. Mr. Phoenix White, you believe it. You really intend to say that this is how this joke of an accident actually happened? Of course I do. It's the truth. The lion sneezed due to the pepper, and that's when Bat lost consciousness. Acro nearly lost his brother due to this accident, or this joke, as you might put it. Which is why he tried to get his revenge against Regina. You foolish idiot. Ha. Ha ha ha. It almost does seem like a terrible joke, doesn't it? Once again, I'm impressed by your imagination, Mr. Wright. To think that there's someone who treats this accident with the respect it deserves. Are you telling me that what I said was true? Acro, you can't mean fitness! Are you confirming the defense's claim? Mr. Wright, unfortunately, your imagination is not enough to find me guilty of murder. What do you mean by that? The pepper, the scarf, the lion. I see where you're going, but it's a bit hard to swallow, not to mention the fact that there's an even bigger problem with your theory. What would that problem be? The same problem has always been evidence. If I dropped Mac's bust on top of the ringmaster. Where's the evidence that proves that claim? You mean the conclusive evidence. Zivika's problem was the murder weapon, or the lack thereof, to be more precise. The murder weapon. The bust that defense claims used. If that were to be found in Acro's room, if it were covered in the victim's blood, that would be awfully conclusive in my eyes. Yes, it would be. The bust. Nick, you've got to do something. This is the last step. If I get this one right, the case is won. It might be worthwhile to search Echo's room, but... Aren't you going to search his room? It looks like you finally figured things out, didn't you? Now that you know the truth of Von Karma Total Justice. I guess, I figured with you, it's the least I should expect. You leave no stone unturned. A Von Karma never leaves anything to chance. We already searched Acro's room yesterday. What did you find? There's no reason to even say it. If we found what you think we found in that room, Acro would not be here as a witness. But to point a point on it, Max's bust is not in the room. The murder weapon is still unaccounted for. You see, Mr. Wright, the bust wasn't in my room. Furthermore, Detective 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀 executed the search by complete surprise. Then we took Acro directly to the prosecution's office after that. Prosecutor's office. End of story. Just wait a second, something's funny about all this. It looks like you lack the final nail to put in my coffin. But what about the scarf? What about the note? What about them, Mr. Wright? No offense, but the only evidence that's relevant here is that which pertains to the death of the ringmaster. You should know that by now. Do something, Nick. Don't let this case slip away. The bust, where is it now? Where's the bust right now? Oh, Phoenix Wright, you know where that bust is. I'm sure you do. It's not even a single clue. How am I supposed to know where the bust is? This case seems to be coming to a close. The defense's counter-arguments look to have fallen short. Thank you for your support. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I think that brings an end to the cross-examination of this witness. Where is Max's bust? The defense needs time to prepare to present its case. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous and I bit my tongue. Huh? What? We need time to do what? Ow! Why are you the most surprised person here? She is your aide. Oh, why did different accent. Why are you surprised the most surprised person here? She is your aide, isn't she? Do you really have a case to present, Mr. Wright? What? You're asking me? The rest is up to you, Nick. Good luck. Hey, wait. You can't be serious. Acrobats always have their lives on the line, don't they? That's how Acro's lived his life up until now. Now it's time for us to walk across our own tightrope. If we don't, we're certain to lose. Very well, the defense may proceed. He doesn't have a clue, and I don't think he'll be able to find anyone anytime soon. Walking a tightrope of logic, there's no room for a false step. Sink or swim, there's only one way forward. The murder weapon. Where's Max's bust now? It's obvious. The bust is inside this very courtroom. It's obviously where? Allow me to pinpoint the location of the bust once and for all. Acro, I'm sorry to ask you of this, but can you take the blanket off of your wheelchair? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you, Mr. Wright. Well, you're a big guy, and you sure have a pretty big wheelchair because of it. I just wanted to make sure you weren't hiding anything under that blanket, because it seems to me that it'd be really easy to say hide a bust under there. Huh. Once again, your penchant. Isn't it penchants? Penchant for humor hits me where it hurts, Mr. Wright. I think it's pretty amazing that you can laugh at your position. However, your lightheartedness doesn't change the fact that the bust is under there. We all know that you can't leave the lodging house by yourself in your condition. Just for a little funsies. To tell you if you chose the other thing. If you chose the circus, Franziska would point out to you that they already searched those rooms inside the courtroom. If you chose the prosecutor's bench, you'll be whipped by Francesca until you are literally knocked out and suffer amnesia again, forgetting who Maya is. But the judge's bench, you get twice the penalty if you're playing, you'll receive the wrath of a judge if you're playing like on a certain platform as a consolation prize. That provided inconvenient when Miss Von Karma happened to search your room yesterday. If she had found the murder weapon in your room, it would have been all over. Which is why you had to hide it in the only place you could hide it, under your wheelchair. Which is why, Acro, I have to ask you again. Would you please remove the blanket from your lap? Well done, Mr. Wright. Masterfully played. You fool! How could you? You've got me. I've been bagged by a real pro. Actually, two of them. Two of them? Miss Franziska Von Karma and Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? There's just one thing I'd like to know. How did you know to launch the surprise search on my room last night? There were two pieces of decisive evidence, the cloak and the bust. I burned the cloak in my room and threw the ashes away with the trash. Regina always took my trash out every morning, you know. But the bust, obviously I couldn't throw that away. When you executed your search, all I could do was try and hide the bust. And the only place I could hide it quickly was under this wheelchair. Miss Von Karma, you had things all figured out, didn't you? I was completely sucked in by your calculated strategy. And now to be caught in the middle of court hiding the murder weapon. There's no way I can escape that. So you've got me. Well done, Mr. Wright. Well done, Miss Von Karma. It all makes sense now. I can't believe that 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝘀 thought of that far ahead. It's amazing. Huh. You definitely couldn't tell by looking at her. I know I sure couldn't. I can't believe it. Me, make a mistake. Why did I order a surprise search of your room if I only hadn't done that? It seems that we're finally arriving at the truth. 𝗟𝗀. Yes, Your Honor. Did you kill the ringmaster of Berry Big Circus, Mr. Russell Berry? Yes, Your Honor. I'm responsible for that crime. 𝗟𝗀. Oof. All my brother wanted was for Regina to like him. That's why he teased her. One day, my brother sprinkled some pepper on Regina. She started sneezing so hard you couldn't help yourself from laughing. That's why Regina thought it would be funny to get him back in the same way. That's why she covered the scarf with pepper. I know she didn't mean for anything bad to happen. I know this. She just wanted to make my brother sneeze a few times. But I couldn't forgive her, no matter what. What am I truly guilty of? I'm guilty of never ever being able to understand her. Your brother became a star. Regina believes that so purely, that she would laugh innocently when saying it, too innocently. I couldn't stand it, no matter how hard I tried. That's when you decided to do something about Regina. How dreadful. So you're saying that you're a victim in all of this as well? No, that's not what I mean. Oh, I'm nothing but a murderer. That's who I am. At first I thought I'd kill myself, then I pondered giving myself up. But I couldn't just up and leave. I couldn't. Not yet. That's why I tried to pin this on Max. Max, I'm so sorry. I just couldn't up and leave yet. This has been such a strange case. It's almost a reflection of the circus itself. I'm an idiot. I can't believe it. You beat me again. I believe this case is now beyond any point of discussion. Thus, I'd like to declare my verdict. Not guilty. Beep beep. This court is adjourned. Yeah. Fabulous! To be honest, I can't believe I can't really be too happy about this. 𝗟𝗀, the ringmaster, Regina, the bat. Not a single one of them was a bad person inside, huh? It's a good question, and one I don't know the answer to. Many congratulations, but only at max, a million of them. Thank you. What's with the vibe in this room? We're just thinking about 𝗟𝗀. No. If you want to worry about people too much, then you'll be like this forever and never be happy. Huh? She's been like this for a while now. It's all my fault. Sweetie pie. But 𝗟𝗀, they're never coming back. Now everyone's gonna split up. Regina, Mr. Right, tell me something. What do you want to know, Regina? 𝗟𝗀 says something right at the end. I couldn't just up and leave yet. Does that mean that 𝗟𝗀, is he gonna try and get his revenge on me? He's not gonna do that to you, Regina. Are you sure? You're really sure? I can believe that? Yep. 𝗟𝗀 doesn't have any desire for revenge anymore. If that's true, then I want to see some evidence. Huh? I want to know you're not just making that stuff up about 𝗟𝗀 not wanting revenge. 𝗟𝗀 didn't want to be caught for a reason. He wanted to see his brother open his eyes again. That's right, Regina. He's still alive, you know. I never knew. But now that 𝗟𝗀's been caught... Uh-huh. I know. But what? I'll do it. I'll stay next to Bat as long as it takes. Till he opens his eyes, and
till he can meet Acro again. It's so sweet of you, Regina. I'm sorry, Acro. I'm sorry, Pat.
Well, hopefully this is enough to give her a little peace of mind. Hey, Max. What is it, Mo? We really put you through a lot, didn't we, buddy? I'm sorry about what happened. So whenever you'd like to leave us, I'll pay your fee and rip up the contract. I understand. What a fabulous thing to do for me. I might even leave tomorrow. What's going to happen to the circus now? That's a big question. Our ringmaster was really an amazing person, wasn't he? Even though he's not here anymore, everyone's sticking together. The staff, the performers, not one of us wants to leave the circus. That's why I've made a decision. What is it? I've decided that I will take over as the new ringmaster. I'll turn this circus into the best circus this world has ever seen. The best circus the world has ever seen? Don't laugh. That's quite a goal. Yay, I can't wait. Then I guess that changes things. Huh? There's only one thing the best circus the world has ever seen needs. The world's best illusions. I know, I was thinking the same thing. Which means the circus needs the best magician the world has ever seen. Max. Let's work together and make our circus super fabulous. What do you say, big guy? I don't know what to say. All I can say is thank you. Regina? Are you going to help them out too, aren't you?
I don't know. Maybe the circus would be better off without me.
What are you talking about, Regina? What do you think I am... Why do you think I brought you to court today? We gotta work together to make Big Berry Circus bigger than it's ever been.
Mo.
Mo's right, sweetie pie. It can't be the Big Berry Circus without Regina Berry.
Max. Nick.
It seems like everything is going to turn out alright here. I can't wait to see the best circus in the world has ever seen. We'll save you the most fabulous seats. It'll take us a while to get ready, but I'm going to order special whoopee cushion seats. Ha 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 ha. I see. What made the case? Yesterday's surprise raid. It really paid off just like you said it would, sir. You had it all figured out, didn't you? I called it. It'd be edgy. It was just a theory. If Acro really was the killer, I thought this was the only way it could end. Especially if he was the defense attorney. You mean Mr. Wright? Of course. Well, Detective, my plane is about to leave. As for Mr. Acro's case, you need not worry. I plan to personally stop by the Chief Prosecutor's office as soon as I get back. Understood, sir. I'll be waiting for you, Mr. Edgeworth. Is he wearing Von Karma's outfit? No, he wasn't dead. Ugh. Yay. Oh no. Someone unfollowed me. What? Ironically, my posture is already stick straight at the moment. Good job, friends. Good job. See, this one is gonna get complicated. It has some robots. Okay, so I see the posture check was for everyone. Yeah, so next time we play Ace Attorney, this will be the last case in this, oops. Let me say this. It'll be the last case in this game. This game was a bit shorter. If you can believe it. No, 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 no. No, I'm not waiting for it. No. Go away. Okay, I want to see something real quick. I don't think it's going anywhere. I think it'll always be comparable, you know? Background, hide. Okay. I'll just put on some background music. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be like maybe 10-15 minutes. And then we Palia. Yeah, there's one more game in this particular trilogy. And then we have like a million more trilogies. And I'll leave it up to you guys if you want to do Chronicles first or Phoenix Wright's what do you call it? Protege.
Hi, Stitch Fix Stylist right
Oops.
here, and today we're going to be talking about workwear. Layering is a great way.
Awkward. Because it's a different thing. I didn't have my what you call it in. Okie dokie. Let's just say so before I go on my break, oops, that was big. I am going to switch. See if I can switch it from here. Oops, I think I sent it twice by accident. BRB. Wow, my timing is amazing. Actually, let's try this for a second while I put in my information. I have ramen. Not the person, but the food. The sustenance. Huh? Harvest. Oh, it's Monday. Oh, I'm a dummy. Okay, well, this gives me more incentive to do things. Welcome back. Yeah, I forgot today was Monday, so... I don't know about you, but I thought I was pretty clever for changing to Palia, so even though I, you know, didn't quite load it up yet, so hopefully those 15 minutes or so counted towards your count. Also, I wanted to see if that's... Should mix up my ramen. Maybe I should have left more liquid, because this is just gonna soak it all up, and then it's gonna become like, instead of like a soup, it's gonna become just noodles. I have a lot of noodles, as I got double the ramen. Even though I ate the, like, chicken flavor and sometimes the beef flavor most of my life, it's the roast chicken flavor that really gets me. Man, this is it. More nudes. True. Very true. These nudes are juicy. Whenever Theo thinks I'm going to the office, he starts sprinting for me. He gives him a little like, "Merp." I'm like, baby, you have fur on your nose. I mean, I know you're a cat, but you have unnecessary fur on your nose. Okay. Sorry, that's me blowing the thing away. Okay, so fertilizer. I'm just gonna move one of these over here. Oh, no one's online. Surprising. Fertilizer. Why am I holding like 900 fertilizer? To be honest, I didn't actually, despite like my expectation to grind, I didn't actually play that much when I wasn't streaming. Played a little bit, but it's kind of like, because I find Hot Pot very fun. The drop should automatically be on, but let me double check. Oops, that's not what I meant. Oh, that's my thing list. Maybe if I do this. Okay, cool. I want to have a little goal, like a sub goal. I need to remember to put it on. Probably put it at the bottom. This seems to have chosen an arbitrary number of 20, but I think that would be a good thing to do. Maybe if I had a counter that's like, I don't know what the currency would be, so to speak, but like have like, for example, right now I have 4 subscribers. I could have like 4 little floofs, and then every time there's a new subscriber you can add another floof. I think that would be cute. Maybe it would encourage people to subscribe. I don't know. Well, I mean, like, it would represent like a subscriber or something. Like I'd have like little jumping floofs on my like, imagine like 5 chairs and 4 of them are full. So there are 4 subscribers. There's a room for a 5th. I don't know. It's me, Mario. I mean, yeah, I guess I am floof as well. It's kind of funny. I'm not used to hearing what is a floof. I also need to think of I need to think of little icons to put for the like badges and stuff. Again, any ideas are welcome. Harvest crops. Well, I can't really harvest what I don't have, so I guess I could try to do furniture right now. And I believe that I was doing dragons, something. I think that maybe if I do... Oh wait. Make 2 of those. I need more glass. How did these look next to? They're so much shorter. Like, I don't have a problem with that, but it's just funny because it's like, I think of them compared to me as being on the taller side, but then you compare it to like this, it's like, yeah, they're short. What are the color options? I'm gonna need a new color scheme. Maybe something for spring. I was like, I do prefer the blue, but as is with most things, like if that's like the main color, then it's like you don't want it anymore, you know? Oh, I know what I want to make here. I need... It's on the bottom. Is it Raven? My favorite lamp. This is a good time to make my favorite lamp. Is it this one? No. It's one that hangs down. I just recall it being like towards the end, but maybe it wasn't. Also, I don't know if you guys could hear it, but my ability to like speak in any higher octave would just like disappear, like I've mentioned before. But like it was really happening towards the end of Ace Attorney. Like poor Regina was Regina no longer. It was like oh my god, I can't. Okay, sorry, but yeah. Okay, I'm gonna make 3. So I can encourage myself to... Oh, it worked out that it was uncommon too. So I kind of encourage myself to build more and fill weeklies in the future. Okay, okay, in 5 minutes, it's go time. And make sure I have... I'm gonna bring this, and I'm going to bring a horn, hunting horn. Or 10, apparently. Oh, this is a lucky coin. I mistook it for the celebration thing for a second. Tutu! Thank you for just... Oh, Demi! You gifted us a subscription and it happened to go to your brother. That's so funny. Demi's like, I want to be a floof. Thank you so much for the gift. You're now #1. I don't know how long that lasts, but that's funny. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But I'm surprised that you didn't... Why did you decide to do a gift rather than you doing it for yourself? Is it because you wanted to be on the list? Oh, I appreciate you. What a happy ending. I mean, in a way, it's kind of like he gave it to himself, right? Seriously, I really appreciate it. But it's funny because it's like, I was thinking to myself, if I imagine, like, if I, like, kind of, like, it wasn't like a purposeful manipulation at all, but I was just like, I know that if, like, Demi doesn't like to be left out, so if it was like, if everyone was sitting at the table but him, he'd probably want to do something about that. It's funny. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. What am I doing? Can't remember what I'm doing anymore. Let me eat these nudes. The news. You messed up. You've been meaning to do it for a while, but then you messed up in a good way. What was stopping you? Although now it's funny because you get your own little badge being like #1 to gift. So even though you're not a subscriber, you're still you still get some kind of special thingy. You just your brother just gave you a subscription, a sub to me. Oh, you paid for it. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Mhm. You just enjoy it. You enjoy the privilege of being my sub. Also, I think that I don't know if you had ad block on or something, but I made it so my subscribers don't have to see ads. Not gonna lie, I had it off, but someone was saying like, "Oh, you know, I wish I was a subscriber so I didn't see ads," and I was kind of doing that like, you know, the little African American kid that does like the side eye with the drink. Yeah, that too. I just don't have anything that's. I was thinking about putting the smug on the subscriber, but then I'm like, I don't really have enough to necessarily warrant that. But I'll create some cool stuff to make it more appealing. Um, but yeah, sometimes there's like subscriber only chats and all that stuff. But obviously, this community is small enough that it's not really necessary at the moment. So right now, Demi is subscriber in spirit. Oh crap, 25. Whoopsie daisy. Oh, that's cute. What do you mean you're gonna fix that? Says the frugal king. Demi the frugal. I think I might have actually hit the golden prize. I was like zooming through the wheel so fast that I think I almost missed it, but by missed it I mean like didn't notice that I got hit gold, but I'm pretty sure I hit gold at one point. But it pretty much just gave me more of the same. I don't think it gave me anything extra. Like anything new? Novel? Yay! Thank you, Demi. Thank you for your sub. I appreciate you. Wait, why are you saying sentences? My voice, what the heck? Oh my god, we're twins now. It's like you guys, your humor is like obviously not exactly the same, but it's like close enough where it's just like this is, man, you guys. It's like you're twins. Oh my god. Maybe you're a triplet at this rate. Well, today's been a good day. Aside from getting 2 subs, thanks to Demi. I watered my succulents for the first time in several months. Sorry, I was cleaning hair off my thing. It updated. I'm just waiting for it. Demi, you're dropping the ball here. Oh, that's what you meant by updated. Yeah. Demi's immediately like, "Where's my star?" But yeah, so I watered my succulents for the first time in several months. Like, it's shocking that some of them were still alive because it's like probably like even like half a year. It's been really long time. And part of it I think is because it was like over winter and so they go dormant. So I kind of got a little lucky there. Finish each other's sandwiches. Okie dokie. Sorry, brain fart. Yeah, so I kind of see the status of my plants as kind of like a reflection of how I'm doing mentally. Like, if I don't take care of them, then I'm not doing well. Doing well on the inside, so the fact that I was willing to like water them, it's a good sign. And then I got my 2 subs and I get to stream today. I wonder what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Starting off the week right. So sometimes I feel kind of sheepish because I might tell my parents or my husband like, "Oh hey, I got a new subscriber," and my dad's like, "So you get like $2 more now per person?" Like he's not being he's not trying to be facetious or like rude in any way at all, but then when I hear it back, I'm like, "Yep, I got me some $2." But it adds up, you know? I'm just thankful that anyone's willing to sub to me at all. Especially this early on. Ooh, you were my first one, right? I believe. No? This is super awkward. No one ever heard that. No one heard me, okay? I could have sworn it was this. I think the first one must have been I think it was someone using Prime. I know you don't, dummy. That's why I appreciate it even that much more. I appreciate you. Because I thought that counts. I'm not like expecting this every month or something. Yeah, hey, maybe it helps the algorithm, you know? Like you say. They resubbed a day or two before you. Oh, maybe it was Afro. Yeah. Afro Squirrel. That would make sense. They've been extremely supportive. They support me on coffee too. With the idea of, it's supposed to be for rigging. I need to remind them just so I don't feel like I'm like stealing their money. That's supposed to be like for rigging purposes. I go, do like exercises or whatever. And then there's up to me here too. Like, why are you trying to make me cry? And it's funny because it's like the equivalent of like a small coffee these days, but it still means a lot, you know? The thought that counts. It's funny because they actually lurk a lot. So it's like they might not always make themselves known, but they're there. They're watching. Oh, sorry. That hurt my ears. I'm sure it hurt yours. Oh, you know, one of these. Welcome back. You guys can welcome me back. I'm just kidding. I'm just glad that I managed to remember to unmute myself this time. I would have been a sad cat. It's kind of funny because, you know, I'm not someone who, I don't, as many times as I've tried to journal, I don't journal. Because I always like, I get these like really nice like notebooks and stuff like that, and like, or maybe it's like a leather cover, and I'm like, I'm all romantic about it. I'm like, I'm gonna do the thing, you know? And then after like maybe a couple weeks, I just stop. And so, and they're the type of ones where you can't really just rip them out. I mean, you can, but it's gonna look bad because it's like bound to the book. But between that and not really ever having a sketchbook, I have, like, occasionally, but by comparison to other artists, I basically don't have a sketchbook. So aside from that, yeah, I never had any OCs or any kind of like persona beyond myself. It's only more in recent years that I've been able to kind of cultivate that. And then super recently, like with you guys, that, you know, like I definitely always saw myself as some kind of like fluffy cat or something. But now it's becoming like fluffy cat with fish. And my logo has one second, let me. My logo has the Pisces sign on her forehead, and Pisces are fish. And so it's like really coming full circle, you know? Oh, by the way, I was telling my artist wife about how people are asking what are in my ears, and she said, tell them, oh no, I should have gotten the other thing. And she said, tell them it's 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝘀. So imagine 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝗀's 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝗀 in my ears. I guess. I'll take it. I need it. Maybe it was a Streamlabs thing, but I was trying to say this before, but I think I got distracted. That before, even in game capture mode and it's like show cursor, it wasn't showing the cursor. So I'm really glad that it's working here. And OBS just feels lighter. And you know what, I'm glad that I switched. Like, the interface doesn't look as nice, but it's a lot lighter and a lot cleaner. Wait, I need to double check. Oh no. I forgot, I thought it was in the old game for a second. And that's the one I discarded anyway. But yeah, what do you guys want to be represented as? I should, it's amazing how much my... Like, I've always respected pixel art, but like, how much I've actually enjoyed it has gone up significantly since meeting the twins. Yeah, but also, like, Streamlabs is kind of... Aside from the fact that they're always pushing their marketing super hard, which is a little uncomfortable, is that, you know, it's basically a carbon copy of OBS, so... And, like, the fact that it says Streamlabs OBS or whatever, they have absolutely nothing to do with each other. They're basically just, like, riding off of their name. But yeah, now that I'm here, I'm not moving back. The only downside is, you know, remember how I was just telling you about how I had downloaded the Streamlabs, like, music thing? Yeah, well, I mean, I assume I can't use that now. Which is fine, I'll figure out something else. I think Twitch has a soundtrack thing, which I used previously for art streams. I just need to download it again. But yeah, I guess, so this weekend I didn't update the Discord server, but I did the VODs. I did a lot of work on the VODs. I did, the weekly announcement. I did the panels. And my originally, you know, I wanted to do, like, edit 2 videos and do showcases and, like, all that stuff. You know, I'm always a little bit too ambitious, but maybe, like, tomorrow I can work on some of that to catch up. Maybe if I have the energy, I can do the Discord, this evening. Oh no! What horrible luck have I? I should have kept the... should have thrown out the greens. Working hard indeed. I was thinking about bringing it back, but I'm like, nah. It'd be too much. Time will tell whether I should have been listening to my instincts. Watch another claw come up. But yeah, so, you know, like, I, am basically relying on my, partner for shelter and all that stuff. And I'm fortunate to be in the position to be able to do that. And, like, you know, we, have, like, talk dates on Thursdays. We just eat dinner and talk. Not do anything particularly special or anything. It's been working out really well. Yeah, so I was able to kind of come to a place where we were both on the same page, where I'm like, I'm going to do my best. Instead of worrying about, like, oh, whether I'll be able to keep it up, like, by May or something like that. Because, like, you know, Rome wasn't built in a day. And I can't exactly remember the exact reasoning we had, or I had, I should say. But long story short, you know, I know what I need to do, or I know some of the things I need to do that I hadn't been doing. Like, for example, you know, I hadn't been putting out any I hadn't put out any VODs or any content and stuff like that, so I'll start putting out content. My kid Shin says that putting out VODs counts as content, so I guess in a way I am putting out content. But like new, like edited videos and stuff like that, like I'm gonna start doing that. Especially now that I'm like more used to this whole shindig, you know? But yeah, because it's like, okay, I can say that I stream like all these hours, but if I'm not doing anything beyond that, like marketing wise or whatever, then where is it gonna put me, you know? But yeah, so what's our badge gonna be? And I really, like, words cannot describe how much I appreciate your support and you guys coming in when you can. And, you know, like, you took me seriously, so I was able to take myself seriously. I'm trying not to get emotional. Like, legitimately. Hold it in! I'm not crying, you're crying. No! Not 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗹𝘀. 𝗟𝗟. Yeah, Piep, you've been another recent shining star. I like the type of energy that, shut up. The type of energy that, people like you exude, especially, like, even though you barely know someone, but you're, you know, still giving them so much, like, emotional support. I really appreciate it. You're here, and that matters, and you know, are engaging with me, and I appreciate that, you know? Yeah, that, tell me, that reminds me of, like, when people are just like... Yeah, absolutely, Fiat. We need more people like you. Positive people. It's like when, if someone's, like, going through, I don't know, not necessarily, like, an apology, like a YouTube apology thing, but when they're just like, wife gets emotional over, like, thing that husband did or something like that, except that it's someone filming themselves, like, just the kind of, like, just extorting the situation. It's like, streamer gets emotional live. Oh my goodness. On that's great too. Are you putting it in quotes because are you saying that you can't claim that you can't claim that you thought it up or something? That's a good one. Should I refer to you guys as my punnies? Like a bunny, but a pun. I like how you said I think. Like, not quite sure, I think, but not saying you didn't invent it. I mean, it seemed pretty bare bones, not in like a bad way, just straightforward. Even the word honey just sounds very soft. Oh god. I don't know if you heard it, but someone jumped or something like that next to me, and I wasn't expecting it and it scared me. Punny love. I'm gonna create a thing that's called Punny love. An emoji. Feeling very inspired and energetic today. Oh, yes, you should do that. But, like, I'm totally fine if you extended it beyond just, 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝘀. We just need a pun bot. If you make a pun bot, I'll put it in. And it's funny because you are a, you are a programmer, so it's not even that you have to like learn how to like it's writing bots for Discord is fairly easy. I had one that I was making that's kind of like a, it was kind of like a choose your own adventure-ish type thing. But I never like pushed through with it because it's also I couldn't figure out how to do the specific concept that I was looking for. Like you know, because it's all like if-then statements. You can make your own Discord bot with one click. What? Why is it different now? Like, or how are you able to do it with one click? Was there like some policy change or something? So it's already a pre-made bot and you can give it a little tag on it that says bot. Ah, so basically just assigning a bot. Separate bots. It has to be verified and stuff. Oh yeah. I mean dumplings. Dumps. It's so I was watching like a VOD of Iron Mouse, and obviously she's giant, and so she can't like thank every single person that subs to her, otherwise she'd be just thanking people at all times. But it's kind of crazy to like get to that point. It's like at one point like everyone's used to you saying like, oh, thank you for the sub or whatever, and then you get to the point where it's just so many. Do some people get salty and be like, why aren't they saying it anymore? So imagine not even being that person. I guess like if they're in the middle of like a raid or something, it's like, okay, they're not gonna necessarily see it. Yeah, I don't know. I guess part of me is just, not that it's not a humble thing, but part of me wants to always be able to show my gratitude. Man, my stamina for streaming has gone up like crazy. Like it's 4 hours already. Hasn't really felt like much, but like I remember when 4 hours was like, oh man, that's all I can do. And I know that some streamers who are like big streamers, they stream maybe 2 or 3 times a week, but their streams could just be like 3 hours or something like that, which is like obviously nothing against them at all. But if anything, it's kind of like, well, if they can succeed with that much, I can succeed with mine, you know. Because now I can, like, at least the beginning of this week, I can. I mean, it's only Monday, but like when I did a post on Twitter basically saying like, oh, like the average is what's the word? Oh, the average viewer is like 5 people or whatever. Like, it had basically just hit that day. So I couldn't say, like, actually on average, that's the case. But now, like, in the last few streams, that seemed to be, like, legitimately the case. Like, oh, I'm actually having, like, 5 or 6 not streamers, viewers, at any given time. And it's basically like my 3rd week, I want to say, 3rd or 4th week. And I'm fortunate enough that I haven't been like starting from nothing, but yeah, so I don't know, it's kind of interesting. It's just like, sometimes maybe it can feel slow at times in the moment, but when you think about it, like I feel like I have a lot to be proud of. Been making a lot of progress. Oh, I see now that I'm gonna lower my volume just a little bit. Hopefully you don't get feedback. Okay, yeah, because before the mining was... I saw it jumping with my mic. I have a lot of love to share. And I will share with as many people as possible. We were watching back some of my VODs the other day, and that was like kind of the first time I've seen some of them, just because I hadn't really had a reason to look at them. And it's just amazing to me, like how much I used to cringe at hearing my own voice, but now it's just normal. Especially if you're editing a video. It's like even just 10 minutes long, you have to hear yourself talk over and over and over again. You just become immune. Ooh, citrine. But when I was going back and like trying to cut out silences and stuff, there weren't actually that many to deal with. My first VOD, I might even just like private it or something, because the very first one, I mean, you don't really notice it as much just because of the nature of the game. But the audio is not in sync with the game. It's like a few seconds off. And it may be because something I did when I was editing it, because that was the only one I edited in Premiere before I uploaded it, so maybe the whole audio track was shifted slightly. But I'm thinking, or either that, or I'm just gonna like write a little note in the description. I don't really think that many people are gonna watch it, but at least it's a record, you know? What? Why you do this? I saw on Reddit that some people have this theory that, like, some people run faster than them. Or no, there was specifically someone was saying, so this is awkward, but today I realized that you could run. Like, they just didn't know that you could run. They just thought everyone was, like, faster than them for some reason. And then some people were thinking, like, oh, well, maybe if you level certain things up, you can, like, run faster. Like, I think it's just lag. Especially since, like, even when I was playing with 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀, and we're in the same city, and yet we were like jumping in front of each other. Like we looked like one was like really far behind and then suddenly they're in front of us. So I think that's part of it. I think that if there was a secretly like you're faster if you have... Oh, well, someone said that they thought they were faster if they were full, their focus was full. I mean, I can see that maybe that being a thing. Because it's like the number of times your focus is actually like full is not that often compared to just like how it is like right now. But I feel like that's something that we would have seen already. I guess maybe I could make a video on it. I'm not really sure what would be the best ways to test that. In terms of like, how do I get myself in a place where I know that where I start will reliably be the same every time. Because like, let's say I'm loading into my plot and like that's how I'm, you know, there's a few seconds when everything like loads in, so it's not, you can't even do it like when you the moment you land. But you know, it's something to think about. Or I don't know. Monogamous ticking. Let me just cut down these trees. Deforestation at its best. I've been pretty surprised by how many flow trees I've seen in like this area and at the Maji market. Maybe it's because it was like an update and sometimes updates seem to spawn them more, I don't know. They're not gonna grow any bigger, so once a baby, always a baby. Fuck them. Don't fuck babies. I'm just glad there's no lag today. Like last time I logged in, there was lag, and I'm like, why? I have to change everything. Yeah, there's a lot today. A lot of these in one place. Does it not usually run with good FPS? I know sometimes it dips. But like, I'm looking at OBS and I feel like it gives me more information. And it says, it's just saying it's like 60 out of 60. Yeah, so sometimes I know the bit rate drops, but other than that I was not aware that the frame rates would also drop. For a second I thought this was like the tiniest flow. It is not. Yeah, I know how to chop trees. I can probably get Yoki sometime this week to help me out. Do I feel bad that I didn't do weeklies for like a month? Maybe a little bit, but not all that much. I know that, you know, having a higher belt is supposed to make things easier to catch, but I don't really feel like it's all that different. Like, obviously I've been wearing this belt for a while, but like, the fact that sometimes it still takes like 3 or 4... I mean, this is not proving a very good point, but the fact that it sometimes can take like 3 or 4 shots seems strange. I must say though, Palia makes me feel like I'm some kind of expert hunter. Okay, I definitely don't feel like I'm running any faster. Maybe I'm like just a couple of points under. But I don't think so. Pretty sure I'm max. That bug go? Just looking at it. Yeah, see, I'm just under. I think that if the food is, I don't know, Demi. I mean, not to my knowledge. And if it is, it's a pretty, not the greatest job. It's like, the effort it takes me to even catch a Azure Stonehopper. It's like it might as well just be any other bug. The words that came out of my mouth did not exactly make sense. But that's okay. Oh, I'm about to level up. So it just occurred to me that chopper piles look like beaver dams. We're supposed to have a chance. I don't really understand gacha games, gacha systems. It's basically just gambling, right? I mean, it's not like that works in real life. Like, the mobile games I played that had like a gacha system, they didn't make it more likely for me to catch something just because I used more balls or whatever capsules. So I wanna be in whatever gacha world you live in. Not to say that it doesn't exist, I'm sure it does. But the gacha gods have not been kind to me. It could be that I'm just, spoiled or something. Or maybe I'm just only catching higher level bugs. Like, I mean, I guess it's true that I do ignore lower level bugs unless I need them for some reason. Well, let me buy another, workbench. Or 3. It's only 200. I don't know why I'm buying so many. Yeah, I mean, that's my understanding. I definitely know that they're popular, and I don't know about, I don't know if I can say Asian, but at least Japanese games. My friends with you yet?
Science is really, don't
Yeah,
forget,
never mind.
they're always watching.
Calorie, Delilah, 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗀𝘀, and Hodor? Why did I call him Hodor? And 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗀𝘀. I keep forgetting about Tamala. I don't know, she just kind of creeps me out. Just kind of gives me the ick.
I have something of interest to share. Oh.
Oh yeah, I agree. Also, she just won't shut up about 𝗟𝗡. Like, I'm like, clearly there's something you have, like, you have a chip on your shoulder or something. I don't know. Like, they've broken up, but we just can't forget. Really? Where am I out there? After the third one. Well, I have a while to go. At least getting to her doesn't feel quite as painful as it used to. Good to know she has a, what you call it? Are you purposefully not romancing them? Or are you, like, only romancing the ones that you like versus romancing everyone? I mean, there's, like... I guess the only thing would be pins and pictures. And perhaps, like, dialogue or lore or something. Yeah. You're just missing the whole premise of the game, it's fine. Every time I come here to buy a mushroom, I think of Tutu.
I see you've brushed up on etiquette. Remember to return all materials on time.
It's funny that, like, the twins could theoretically count as maybe not older women by, like, 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗀𝘀 older, because I think she's older than them. But it's funny that, like, people are not up in arms trying to romance them like they did 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀. Well, dummy, you're just pulling an 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀. That's just like more reason to talk to them. Okay, so it's almost time for 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝘀𝘀. Ooh, forbidden romance. Huh? Slowed it but didn't kill it? How does that make any sense? Is this the bigger one? A bigger boy? I need to talk to this guy. Oh, hello. That's not... Well, Happy New Year. You want chili dumplings? You want takoyaki? How about some meat? Oof, poof. Oh, hey. Nice. I kind of forgot about that achievement.
I've been thinking of what it'd be like to settle down.
Yogurt.
I'll hear your voice in the valley's silence.
I'll hear your voice in the valley's silence. So could that mean you talk too damn much? I can't use my bow. There we go. That's better. Leaf hopper. It's all the way over here. It's like I have all this, well, not necessarily the stone, but I know like I have all this ore, and I don't necessarily have anywhere to put it. I forget, can we sell furniture? I don't remember. Or does it say cannot be sold? That's kind of messed up. They're just, you know, it's very pro hoarder. Hey, we have the same hairstyle, I think. My head looks bigger somehow. Does this hair make me look fat? I feel like I'm getting more bugs with fish. So, does it count as like fishing together as long as you have the buff and you catch a fish while the buff is on? Oh. So I could theoretically like run somewhere else than fish even though no one's near me? Oh, maybe. That'll be funny. Just hook them on, reel them in. No. New lurkers. I come fish. I only have a few fish left. I should probably... Well, I guess when I run out of weeklies and stuff to do, I can focus on actually catching those. Past the a rando just caught a fish and used the buff. Nice. Good to know. Sometimes I'm just too strong. What can I say? I don't know my own strength with my bow. Yeah, I think that I enjoy doing honey lures the most in terms of like just getting bugs, like finishing bugs. It just feels so much easier that way. Ooh. Look, I'm an expert. Oh, I lied. Nice. Nice. I got a sparkly princess. Sparkly princess. Oh, there's a sparkly over here too. Time to eat my morals. LOL. Another one. It's these darn whatchamacallits. They're away. I want you. Go home now. I drop off my stuff. Let me go for some hot pot. Hot pot, pot, hot pot. Hot pot. I don't need these. Take this. Why did I put those in there? I don't need those either. I want this. I'll take this. I sell you. Oh, I didn't need to sell that, but oh well. Save you. Do these count? Okay, phew, they don't count. If they did, I would have been like, early though. Oh, hey, I can harvest. Now I like don't know what to plant anymore. It's like I'm entering that pulsing key. Wait, I feel like I've seen that before. Where is the pulsing key to? Is it to like... Can they stop giving me like repeat quests? Well, it's pulsing faster and faster as you hold it. Should keys pulse? Hopefully it isn't a weird looking bug. The irony, considering it's a bug in my pockets, possibly. No, I should plant first. Okay, how much do I have? You know, I don't actually have quite as much as I thought I did. I'm gonna stick these in the seed maker. I want to redo everything and make it more... I don't know about like Japanese-esque, but like Japanese-esque. Dare I say... Oriental. Time to reclaim the word. I need glass. Thank you. Where did it go? Oh. Sorry for the hiccups. might even just start, like, it's so tempting just to start a new plot or something, even though it makes absolutely no sense. Here, put the here, put the here. I'm gonna do this one because it takes longer, so I can theoretically get the other ones faster. 2 minutes. Oh boy. Thanks for the heads up. I wish I wish I could just perpetually be running. Like, not like a toggle thing, just because sometimes I have to turn it off and on to double check if I'm actually running or not. But like, I'm not trying to RP walk, so... Just let me run, let me be free. I really want to try the new recipes. I still haven't tried them yet. Part of it's because it's like, I feel like they're special enough where it's like almost like a cake party. Like, you want to, because the recipe, what do you call it? Ingredients might be, or are at least slightly more rare. Like, for example, the soy sauce, just because you can only get it in Magic Market right now. It's like you want to conserve your brain fart, your resources as much as possible. Okay, I'm running. I'm running. Kitty teeth. Kitty teeth. I really like the new glider, and if I was someone who had money to burn, I would get it. Which is like kind of rich coming from me, seeing as that I do already have a custom glider and clothes. But yeah, I think it'll probably be like a hot second. Like, they'll have to come out with something like uber, like, exciting or cute or whatever for me to be willing to spend money again. Why is there no one here? Is it just because I'm joining, everyone else is joining type of thing? They probably fill servers as they go along. Sorry, I'm just putting the loss of the ramen in my mouth. Trying to be minimal bowl noises. This bowl is so big. Kind of funny. Maybe it's because I have small hands, but I like to use small forks and small spoons, unless it's like soup, of course. But then I like to have my bowls and my serving vessels be large. Here we go. So I pretty much keep my finger on E and space. And then my other one on the mouse button. So I'm always like flipping back. So it's kind of like when I was playing Dave the Diver, how it's like optimized for controller stuff. But it's like not necessary for you to use, but you can. And then I'm like, might as well get in the what's the word? Habit. I'm doing it. But when I was getting up at some point, like I was just trying to do something around my room. I realized, like it was something just really simple. I realized how quick this game can actually go, especially when you have like full people. Or not even when you don't have full people. Yeah, I guess if it was just you, it's just you and the computers, it just goes like automatically practically. It's like, oh, I have time to like go grab this thing. By the time I'm back, like I have like 3 seconds left and I'm like, oh my god. What the heck? I'm doubling down on the nudes. Oh, no, my nudes. Give me nudes or give me death. Don't forget to stretch. I cracked my back muscles. I feel like you guys are tag teaming me. So I would like to know, is there a reason why if I mention hydrating or I mention like posture checking, then you're like, yeah, this is the time. This is the time to use that that check. Doesn't that seem kind of redundant? Not that I don't appreciate it. I just had a really, really sudden and random urge to play 𝗟𝗋𝗀𝘀 online. Oh my god, those... Talk about body tingles in terms of like... It was a MMO that I used to play way back when. I remember I had like a 5-star bird riding Pokemon or whatever. Not Pokemon, 𝗟𝗋𝗀𝘀. And it was like the shit. 𝗟𝗋𝗀𝘀's online. Or 𝗟𝗋𝗀𝘀. Obligations, but... Well, you know what? If anything, I should be glad that you're listening, you know? I know for sure. No doubt about it. That was pretty good. I like this one. If only I had known what I knew. Like, by the second day, like, Demi and I had figured out what we didn't know before. In terms of, like, how the 3-color thing works. But at the same time, like, because it was only the second day, but I felt like I had played enough games where I'm like, damn, if only I had known, then I would have gotten a better score on a bunch of things. Did I take my meds today? Pretty sure I did. Anyway, I don't know why, I just feel like I'm in a really good mood, and I really appreciate you guys. And I'm just gonna annoy you by saying it over and over again. Yep. I know that, for example, like my VODs YouTube thing, it could have very easily just been like 𝗟𝗻𝘀 VODs. That's so boring. And I wanted some way to solidify my casually hardcore identity. So, figured, you know what? Casually hardcore cat. I'm gonna do it and no one can stop me. Except, like... Who owns YouTube? I can't even keep track anymore. I want to make a video possibly about like Palia glitches or something. I wanna surround it around that one where that person was just like gremlin rolling across the ground. Google. That one was not so good. I knew it was one of them. One of them big boys. Look, Sam Leon Jackson instead of like Samuel, Sam Leon. People are quite clever. So I believe that I started around 1, like when I switched. Oh no, because I got here at 1:30 officially, but I switched the thing. So, I want to say, let's just say 1:30 to be safe. So I'm about streaming about an hour and a half. Five hours is kind of a long time to ask people to watch. Like, for 1,000 envelopes, or regardless of like how easy it is to like get them without doing that. Like comparing to like the items, like you think 1,000 envelopes is worth more than one of those items? No. And we only had to watch like, yeah, it was like 5 hours in like total or something like that, but individually it wasn't as bad, so seems kind of strange. Already? Boo. I reject. I think this is my 3rd one so far. It's only like 10. So maybe I can test my theory about how many games I can squeeze in with 4 fast players. I don't know if they're all fast, but they're fast enough, you know? You know? Just as a backup. But yeah, I like, after if I play too much Hot Pot, I kind of hit this weird wall where I'm like, like, this is important, therefore I must discard. And then I'm like, I lost the thing I need, and then I become extremely unproductive in terms of winning Hot Pot. And I make poor decisions. I don't think I realized that it was certain times, like the last one, possibly. Because, like, most of these things, like, I feel like they're open all the time. Like in other MMOs. They're usually just an open thing that lasts for the duration. So, but I mean, I guess it makes sense to kind of slow people down from, like, getting too much stuff or grinding it. Yeah, I don't know. Has it really been 5 days? Maybe 4 days? Since it started? Since I made 5 wishes? That's hard to believe. Time flies. Oh, you know what? I wonder, I don't think I may have not logged in yesterday, but like, oh, like I should have just logged in anyway, because I, you know, missed my opportunity to get another wish. But I'll get there, it's not really a race. would like some Korean rice cakes, please. Blocks. I'm done with the nudes already. Give me rice cakes or give me death. That's a lot of meat. Oh, by the way, I might be able to get a further discount on the Godot learning thing because I reached out to the guy. I have my, you know, educational license, not license, email and stuff that I can use. But depending on how affordable he's able to help me out with, then I definitely want to get it. I'm so impulsive. I should have done mushroom, speaking of impulsive. It just looks so exciting. I mean, the... what do you call it? Horse. I just love to learn, ironically. I say ironically because I, didn't necessarily enjoy school all that much. Instead of I don't know if other countries have something like, advanced placement classes in America, like AP English or whatever. They're basically just advanced, in terms of like difficulty. I think the idea is that it's like comparable to a college class, therefore it says something about like your work ethic or whatever. And from where the high school that I was coming from, like the culture was just like, you know, if you're a smart kid or whatever, you want to get into a really good college, you take multiple AP classes. But I was like, yeah, I don't want to do that. So I ended up doubling up in my English classes instead. But I guess I was cultured enough and I had my art background, which is enough to kind of carry me to where I wanted to go. I'm starting to feel like when I have the like groups of two, like everything's a group of two, it gets a little bit frustrating. Not only because I had to decide what to give up, but also it's like, oh, look at all these options and none of them like make a fit. Oh, hello. I need a roll of meat and spice. I don't know why, but I just feel like the... what's it called? I want to call it Spicy Spice, but that's not this name. Something spice. It starts with an S. It's my favorite collectible. Although now the ginger is quite pretty. I don't like ginger itself, like IRL. I tend to be sensitive to that. Like I don't like ginger beer or something. But I like ginger in food generally, as long as it's not too heavy. But I think that the plant, the pink plant, is pretty. It's prettier than the flowers they have. Like the heart lily, especially, or like that one for the quest that was blue. A blue recolored heart lily is like, yeah, this isn't really that. Spice sprout, thank you. Oh, is it? Oh, you're right. I think that is heat root. But they're similar colors. I like spice sprouts and heat roots for some reason. I don't remember what I was talking about. I need one of those loading things that you like above my head. Sometimes I'm just like stuck in a loop and I feel like it's accurate. Ah, gotcha. Trusty 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀. This is my insurance because it fits here in case I can't find another corn. At least for now. Yeah, I mean, part of it's probably just because of Palia and what I named the stream. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean, 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀. You got it. See? I don't even need it, you just understand. It's getting exciting seeing... I mean, yeah, so it's probably just because of Palia, because I'm like, oh, watch to get drops, and like kind of, you know, inviting people. But it's exciting to see the numbers go up. By numbers, I mean the viewers, because right now it looks, on my side it says 8. It's like, oh, soon the average is going to be 10. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I mean, I seem to be... I wasn't really sure because Ace Attorney, like, it's popular, but it's not, like, a new game. In terms of, I was kind of unsure about how their reception would be, but it seems like, you know, they're coming out of the woodwork. People either haven't heard it or are enjoying it or whatnot. And I was telling my friend, because he's just like, oh yeah, I was thinking about getting into it, like Ace Attorney in general. And I think it's a lot more fun with people. And I have a lot of fun doing the voice acting. Because it's funny, because like when I'm watching movies and stuff, or if there's like strong accents or whatever, I feel like in another life I would have made a decent actor if I wanted to pursue it. But when I'm... Oh, I'm glad. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I am able to do it more consistently and with more confidence when I'm not changing back to back and I have the reference like nearby. But I'm able to like hook into it pretty easily otherwise. And so sometimes like I'm glad no one's in the room because otherwise I sound like a crazy person because I'll just be like mumbling to myself in accents just because I want to like see how it like sounds. Like if I'm able to hit that note, so to speak. I've been trying to, unless I'm like reading it completely wrong, I'm trying to lessen the amount that I correct myself. Like because it's not infrequent for me to rearrange words in my mind, perhaps to make it more grammatically make sense or something. So I remember I don't remember who it was, maybe Demi said, there was something that someone said and I said it differently, but they said like, oh, the way you said it made more sense or like sounded better than the way it was written. So I feel like that kind of like automatically happens, but I know sometimes I'll reread things. That's usually when I'm not able to quickly enough chastise or I'm chastising, never mind. I wanted to, like, say it correctly, but then I'm chastising myself. I'm unable to catch myself quick enough to stop me from taking that chastisation and making it a reality. But yeah, I feel like it'd be better just to kind of go with the flow. And also, like, trying not to get too distracted. Like, I'd like to, if I can, especially if I can anticipate what they're going to say, I like to try and read it as soon as it comes up, so there isn't as much of a delay between it coming up and someone reading it. I need a mini oh, mushroom. 𝗟𝗡. I have had a pretty good run today. Oh, thank you. I mean, it kind of, it's funny because it puts me kind of like, it makes me surprised too. Aside from the fact that her voice is higher when she says it. But, yeah, I don't know. My brain be clicking. Imagine when there's like a prosecutor that's basically just like a giant robot. There's a anime character who I can't remember off the top of my head. His head just, he's basically like just a gear. Like his head is like really rectangular and gear-like, and I think he's some sort of superhero? I don't know. Such a bad anime. Are you sure that you actually like it better versus you're just used to hearing it? And the number of times, like when I'm reading her voice, it works out in my favor that I'm like being very careful about saying the, like whenever I say W, I'm like okay, and then the Z. So even though I'm reading slower, it kind of ends up adding to it. I feel like more like, and it's like not entirely intentional. So. I don't think all my country accents are particularly consistent, but they're probably my most fun one to do just because it's comfortable. Like, yeah, I can do that. I can do that. Yeah. Oh, thanks. I think that my weakest parts are when they sometimes when they laugh, but especially when people are like ah, or like they're yelling, just because I get too self-conscious about like your eardrums, you know? And also, like I've mentioned before, I can't really scream very well just because my voice does, like, to scream requires your voice to like typically raise in pitch. It's not like, oh, it's like, ah, but like, as you know, my voice just disappears. So then it's like, ah, well, I need more bombs. TW. Yeah, I feel like the Maya voice has really started. I kind of think of Hermione when I do her voice. She's so like, I feel like her voice, like especially when she's making like quirky like comments and she's just like giving you that like smirking side eye. I think that fits pretty well. I'm like happy with it. But yeah, it's definitely been easier for me to like link back into that than it was in the beginning. Okay, let me... Not gonna lie, I kind of forgot that these were here. I forgot I put them out. Okay, okay. Ugh, I can't stand this mess. What? I was trying to think of things that I can make that could, like, substitute for walls. Like, I know we have those, like, dividers, but they're, like, crinkly, you know? They're not solid. And then before I was playing with, like, bellflower stuff. Like, that's why I have 4 pantries, because you can kind of make it wall-ish, and you can put things on top, but it's pretty thick. Because I want to make a courtyard type thing. But I guess that sort of thing is only really possible if you maybe do it with trees. Because I'm already tired of how I had it, like, with the 3 on each side. And it didn't even like reach fruition. It didn't reach its climax. I put so much effort into, like, putting these trees here, I feel like I just need to keep them there. You posted a clip of me screaming? I guess the only time I actually scream is if something actually surprises me. Oh. Oh, it's muted, that's why I couldn't hear it.
じゃあ見ててみ。ほらお手。
Ah. That's funny. It reminds me of... I don't know if it was on purpose. I mean, I wouldn't put it past you for it to be entirely on purpose, but it reminds me of our ah. Like, it sounds so much like it. Where is that? Okay, now that's the one where you're, like, pleasuring yourself. This one? Too bad you can't use the soundboard without being in a thing. Like this one. Here you go. There you go. I just get into a call by myself and just be like, who needs to buy expensive, what do you call them? What's it called? Elgato soundboard, where you can just go to hop in your own lonesome stream and be like, yep. Okay, let me get out of there. Anyway. Yeah, so I'm looking for a wall. And I just, you know, like, I could very well just easily put it, like, a house here. But, like, I want to utilize the space, you know? Or maybe have, like, a hidden garden type of thing by having a crap ton of trees and you have to, like, find your way. But then, like, the lazy side of me is like, I don't want to have to walk all the way over there just to grab something. Hence comes in my little, like, craft shed thing. What are ways I can make this fancy? Nine? I have 9 of these? Oh my goodness. It's probably the pink ones. Could make for a... It's definitely a barrier, so it could make for something interesting. Versus something that has, like... like this. Like having it lengthwise. If you squint a little bit, I feel like you can see it better. Like as a wall going this way versus a wall going this way. I feel like doesn't quite make as much sense. Let me try it out. I also have my koi pond. Hi. He's licking his chops. Little baby floof. He's so cute. Just kitty cat. Or move out of the way. What if I did this? Oops. Oops. It's too much. Something here don't look right. Maybe it's just me. I feel like it's one thing off. That's not straight. Gosh, this is gonna be the end of me. It's both a blessing and a curse that this has a grid. Everything's in the way, go out of the way. These are touching the same line, this one isn't. And these are practically on top of each other. Okay, so this one is separated a little bit more. Ooh. think this is going somewhere, and I can keep my iconic blue. But these a little too close. This is gonna be the end of me. Trying to get it right down to the millisecond. Millisecond? Millicentimeter? Is that even a thing? Nobody move, you can't get in here. I mean, I guess they could jump the top if they wanted to. I think it makes for an interesting fence. Hi, gents. I want to create like a... what do you call it? Like a market? But that would require more of these things, and I don't have enough points. But isn't a millimeter... I guess it is smaller, isn't it? I'm an American, I don't know these things. So what happens if you put this... Actually, for the sake of the light, what happens if you put this... Nah. I still think this can be used in some way. Like, this could be like the edge of something, and then there's like stuff here. You just have to not see how thick it is. But like, it would make a decent column. There had to be a lot more clipping than is able. Did you look those up? Like, I know that those are not uncommon things, but how often are people saying picometer? Small units of measure. Oh, well, I'm impressed. It's farther than me. I wish that there was something that you could put outside that curtains could attach to that doesn't include one of these. Because then you could have like a curtain entrance type of thing. But I don't think we have anything like that. We do have a gazebo. Oh yeah, you have my window bay. I have to build those, don't I? Glass. I don't know why I'm surprised. Plank. Oh wait. Never mind. Again, I don't know why I was surprised. Maybe I just needed something to be surprised about. How long is it gonna take? An hour? I need more bay windows. I think that's everything. Forgetting anything? Catch bugs, cook, fish, forage, magical trees, hunt. Let's go get some more bay windows. And we'll find it. Well, I'm glad I'm not facing any issues. Ooh, the bay windows. I assume you could put bay windows in the back too, right? I was kind of only paying attention to the sockets that I could see. I don't know why I didn't think to build these earlier. I've just been having them sit around. Sitting around, fucking around, finding out. Get this now too. Yeah, I'm not really interested in this steely sheet roof. About 8. That seems good. What else was I thinking of? I was looking at that stuff and hello dish. I feel like I'm missing something. I want the drawing board. I'm 80 away. I need to get multiple drawing boards because reasons. Hold up a second. Was that always broken? It very well could have been and I just never noticed. Oh, wow. Why am I... Excuse me. Why am I only just noticing it now? Very convincing, 𝗟𝗻𝗀, very convincing. That's another thing I like in games and stuff, when there's like, oh, and like, improve the environment type of thing. But more often than not, they don't actually, like, the changes you see are pretty big. Like, I'd rather see gradual change. Or there being more steps to, like, the final piece, but oftentimes it's just like 3 or 4 steps at most. Like, even those mobile games where it's like Gardenscape or something, it's like you fix the puzzle or whatever, and then you're able to improve stuff, but then it's like perfect on the first go. Should make it like work a little bit, feel the build up. I don't know why my brain has been bursting with so many video game ideas recently. Something I know I do want is I like the idea of like I'm working on a game or a project and stuff, and people are like watching it develop, you know? I guess in a way that's kind of what this is, streaming and whatnot, but it doesn't have as many clear milestones as that does. Yeah. I feel like it's gonna be a while before I level 50 in like the animal related skills. Why is this fish so fast? Rainbow trout. That's a very un-rainbow rainbow trout. Rather disappointing. When I have rainbow trout, I expect it to be rainbow. Otherwise, what's the point? It's rainbow on the inside. It's the inside that matters. I guess we'll have to cut it open and see. I do like that, the changes that have kind of encouraged people to hit normal rocks too. Oh, it's a princess. Hello, pretty princess. Yeah. That's kind of embarrassing. Is that Tutu? Do I see Tutu in the background? You might be a Tutu fraud. A Tutu pretender. Nope. It's a pretender. I couldn't remember what the leaf stalker looked like. That's not me. I think the leaf stalker is darker, right? It's an enchanted pupfish. Oh, it's a gillyfin. Do I not have bait on? Oh, Bahari. So basically every tutu I see here will be a tutu pretender. Faux tutu. Because Bahari boy. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I guess any that I found was like purely coincidental then. My guy, I must have gotten real lucky to not have noticed that. Well, I guess do the proud horn stag or whatever, do those only come from rocks? Because I mean, like, that would make sense. I don't feel like I've seen one outside of a rock. I've seen an ancient of a rock. Oh, really? The green ones? I caught a centipede. I caught a centipede here, though. Like, in 𝗟𝗶ጵ𝗹𝘀. Like today, I feel like. I mean, I guess I could have been mistaken, but 'tis strange. I thought the millipedes were the brown ones. And which I definitely have seen only in Bahari. Either way, they're all gross. Burn them. Oh, okay. The hairy ones? That's probably their name, right? I don't know. Every time you say hairy. Just little cute beady eyes. I might have to do a hard pass there. Where am I going? What am I doing? I don't know. I don't know. No one is safe. Fuck. See, no one's safe. You never saw anything. Posture check. My back be cracking. Crack-a-lackin'. He stares in horror until I bring him a sandwich, and then all is well. Scared me. Oh wait, it is almost time for the market. So I was looking at the time on the thing and it said 5. Ah, that's why it triggered, because in my mind, because 6 is the time that the thing starts. So I'm coming. coming out. I want the world to know. Gonna make it show. There was an ad, I think it was for... This is the one I had mistaken, the Garden Millipede. Welcome to New York. There was a, does it feel nostalgic, Demi? There was... What was there? Forgot. I forget. I was gonna say something. It's like old times. No one at the pots. Kitty coma. Hello, Kitty coma. I am Floofina. I come bearing floof. I'm definitely near the chopper chase. Oh, okay. So we got mushies. And we got the forageables. Madrad Star Child. I have a cousin who name was something like much more generic, and then just like a generic American female name, and then she changed her name to something like Star Walker. It's like the equivalent of this Star Child thing. When I say Star Walker, it sounds kind of like Skywalker, but that's not. I don't mean it that way. And then her son is named like Amadeus or something. It's intense. It's a bold move. I have so many names on the users in chat. I'm gonna have to... There's definitely some bots in there. Suspicious. Oh, suddenly they disappeared. What? This says even Usk isn't there. I don't believe that. Oh, there it is again. It's like if you don't exist in stream, where do you exist? Oops. Ooh, hello. Interesting. Ironically, the person who I thought wasn't gonna be a bot is a bot. And their profiles are rather convincing, but not convincing enough. Mind me, I'm just checking for the bots. I just don't like the idea of like having it having my numbers be inflated by bots. So it's like then I don't know what is real, what is life, you know? I love me some lurkers. Don't want bots. Let's see. Could use you. Thank you. Oh, breathing check. Oh, poop. I banned someone and then accidentally unbanned them. I meant to just ban them. Probably could have chosen a different one. Probably should have chosen a different one, like maybe the corn. Thank you for the breathing check. Got distracted. Sorry for clicking a million times. I want none of it. Well, we'll go for that. We could go for dumb nudes. Wait, I just realized, I can't remember, do streamers don't count for the things, do they? I kind of forgot about that. Probably should have been watching my own stream. No, Not that I really need the thingies, but it just seems like a waste, you know? Mute myself. Look at these. Oh, whoops. It's my turn. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's 500 for the first one. Okay, hello, hello. Nudes. Let's see what we got here. Ooh, nudes. Come on, nudes have nudes. Nudes on nudes on nudes. Interesting seeing some of the other drops that are available. Oh well, there's a I don't know if I can read numerals right. I want to say 4. If you gift or sub, purchase new subs to any Diablo 4 streamer, you get some kind of horse. I'm not gonna lie, I am a sucker for mares. Not mares, that sounds so weird. Oh no, I want that! I'm a sucker for, mounts. It's kind of ironic because if you like go into the users in chat, it's like I am the broadcaster, so you'd think it would just automatically count. Big black chocobo. Oh, that sounds awesome. I would ride that. I remember when the Celestial Steed came out on World of Warcraft, and it was expensive, very expensive, but I got it. I cherished it. I mean, is it too late to get now? Also, welcome back. I didn't know you left. You sneaky bastard. Hmm. Oh, gotcha. Nice, nice. Always fun to help a friend. We finally finished days of binary off and on, but now I'm free and so is he. Is he your friend? But didn't you just finish? So is it now that you're not free? Let's see. I have points. I'm gonna go spend them. Ah, gotcha. Mm. 4 coins. Oh wait, I knew that. I forgot that I knew that was gonna happen. Hello? How's the hot background? It's, you know, it's going. It be going. I just took the time to call any, bots. So it's nice to see that the people you see are real. They're a real boy and girl and person. And floof. Whoa! Look at this hand. Hello. Meat has become meta. Demi has foretold. Yes, you're very real. You're the realist. Look at this here. I wish you could get points for how quickly you like get a thingy. Aw, man. Wait, you don't want to be real? Would you like to be a figment of my imagination? You're welcome. Maybe. I was thinking that too, but honestly, I have a feeling that, especially just the nature of the game, that it's probably just like random. Just infinite and random. Five, you think? I guess we'll find out. Because I have, like, most of them, so... Like, I could imagine it being infinite, but they... Actually, no. You're right, they would have to do it to everyone. Oh, whoops. I don't want to take tomorrow off. I was not even taking it off, but like, I want to stream tomorrow. Sigh. Could get that purpley derply. Oh, let's just go for red. Go for the big boy. Oh. Oh well. It was close. Hello? No one else wants to join us? We smell bad? Oh, there's someone. I guess we don't smell too bad. Eat googly moogly. What? Oh. I thought that was the game for a second. Like the hot pot game. I'm like, wait, we didn't even, wait, oh. And I realized. Tutu and for some reason I was about to call it Scotty. I don't know why, that's strange. When do you guys usually wake up? Like what time? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, no beaming involved. What time do you awaken? Just curious. Somewhere between 6 and 9? That's a pretty big window. Well, if I remember correctly, you work mostly from home, so I guess that's your prerogative. Is that accurate? At random times. I'm like a cat. I can relate. It's hard for me to keep a schedule. Yeah, I feel that. Must be nice being a cat. Ah, interesting. Well, part of your routine is joining me in stream. That's not your job. Congratulations, you now have a purpose in life. You're always welcome here. $11 hours? Why are you wording it like that? Why don't you just say, oh, I get up at 7 or something? It's like extra cryptic. It's like you want me to do math. And I staunchly refuse. I say nay. Nay to the math. Well, just stay it in your time. What time do you get up your time? I'm able to... math to be stinky. Because, like, it's easier for me to do the math for what it is for you if you just tell me your time than it is for, you know. Because then if you tell me in my time, then I still have to translate it back because I'm trying to find out what your time is, not, you know. Oh, nice. I need a potato or a lobster. Yeah, like my alarm goes off at 6:45 and then 7 and then 7:30. But I think I get up closer to maybe 8. I think I got up a little earlier today. But just because I'm not a morning person, then I'm trying to just encourage myself to be awake when the rest of the world is awake and not when everyone's sleeping. Especially since it's still, you know, winter time, so days goes dark V quickly. And when it goes dark V quickly, it feels late. Ah. Have you guys gotten your first your first 500 envelopes. Because I want to make sure that you at least get that. Wait, but Piep, I thought you didn't play. Huh? Since when do you play Palia? Weren't you the one asking me what Palia was, or are you just pulling my leg? Oh. Oh. Ooh. Why did you just say woot? It's only 100. I mean, only 500. Yeah, right. I forgot that that's how things work. Anyway, the important part is that you got it. Oh, I forgot I had these wheel thingies. Okay, let me set some of this stuff down. Yeah. Wasn't there like, in the last market, wasn't there like a really big one? A really big plush, I mean, of the dragon? Because like that one's a mini one, allegedly. And then I have this small, like this one. Unless I accidentally just bought it 3 times. Okay, it is bigger. Oh, you know, this could be kind of cute. Why won't it fit? Oh, they're slightly different colors. Interesting. But yeah, if I remember correctly, there's... Yeah. I'm jelly, I want that. I want it. I want it. I'll find a place for these, but for now I'm just gonna plop them here. Well, this hot pot definitely looks nicer when there's light above it. So it's looking kind of dull. Like, this sapphire looks kind of dull. That boy needs a shader. He needs to get some clarity, some cut. I think that this one on the ground is a little too bright for not only a lantern, but for having a thing that low to the ground. Yeah, I believe so. Can't see that tall. How can I see what I'm doing? So bright. It's like the waves, you know? It's little guys riding the waves. Small one should go. Wee waves. These remind me of swans or something. I kind of wanted to make them a little, like, heart-shaped. That's funny. It was... Were you not expecting her to woohoo you? In the, you know, in the not Sims way, of course. Of course. Totally not sus. And she's losing it up, you know? She's living her best life. Sit on their faces. I'm not trying to make it look like a pattern in terms of like the dragons. I'm trying to think about any blue rugs we have, because I'm sure they exist. I still haven't got any monsters. Let me put this away first. You go away, you go away. Sell the rest. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀. So I know that Demi's name wasn't Demi prior to playing Palia. Like, that wasn't like a name that he was referred to as. 𝗟𝗶𝗀, have you always been 𝗟𝗶𝗀? Because I know you've used tourmaline in a few things, if I recall correctly. Did I get rid of my rug showcase? Yes, I did. That was like all 𝗟𝗶𝗀 is older. But that's not my question. But yeah, no, that rug showcase has been gone for a while. And also, it was just underground rugs. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Gotcha. I think I could probably go for more of these guys. That sounds like, as far as being referred to as 𝗟𝗀𝘀 goes, it's not as common. Where did 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀 come from? I apologize if I've asked you this before. It makes me think of like Viper, like a cute way of saying Viper. Where is my... You go back, and I want this. I guessed it. It's funny. I know, sometimes I'm just awesome, what can I say? Slowly but surely, we are all becoming one giant brain cell. Snake. I want a snake as a pet, but I think my husband would kill me. I used to have rats, but they preceded him, so there wasn't really much you could do about it. my first batch, so to speak, were from my psychology lab in college. Like, if we wanted to, we could take them home, otherwise they would go to some kind of sanctuary or something. They used to just be expired, so I'd say that it was an upgrade to not be expired. But even better if I took them, and there were 4 of them, and at first I was like, oh, I'll take 2, and I'm like, oh, but I really like that 3rd one. And then I'm like, okay, well, I can't just leave that 4th one alone, so I guess I'm going home with 4 rats. And that I did. Yep. My rat I named, there's Captain Falcon. Mine I named Nicodema, after Nicodemus, the rat leader from the, what was it, The Secret of Nim, or something like that. Turtles are pretty stinky though. They're cool, but they stinky. I can't remember what the other two our names were. I think one was like Violet or something. Yeah, I remember really not being a fan of the Captain Falcon one, because they were all girls, and they look like little cows, because they're black and white. Shoebill, isn't that a bird? Capybaras are chill. I like them. They just give no fucks. Oh, that's kind of irresponsible of your sister. Yeah, where are you from again? I assume wherever you are, it's not legal to have a capybara, right? Unless you're in, like, I don't know, Brazil? Some shit. Forgetting when you're from? Oh, okay, fair enough. As long as your parents weren't too salty about it. Well, technically, I think this is only the 2nd time I asked. Right? Hopefully, fingers crossed. So, could try and guilt trip me, but I don't think it's gonna work. Third? My goodness. Well, you know, 3rd time's the charm, so... through this event, I shall remember. Eekland? Oh, IKEA Land! Right, because you and Usk. Right. I don't know. Maybe it's just got that chaotic energy, so I'm like, yeah, not Sweden. Sweden, I don't think of Sweden when I think of chaos. Okay, yeah, now I remember. Yes. How dare I? I literally read that as Eekland and not IKEA Land. Not to be confused with Switzerland. Why don't... Let me think. What are the thingies of the thingies of the thingies? You ever have it where your finger is like a little bit dirty? Like just natural oils type of thing. Then you rub your eye and it starts stinging. Yeah. That's me. I am your eyeball. I'm being stung. Okay, anyway. I'm surprised that I hunted all the creatures. Magical creatures. Cooking and bugs together. I'm gonna at least wait until this is done. Oh, right, I wanted to also see. Wait, are you saying that I can't have a bay window here? Oh, I can. Okay. So it seems a little silly that they can only like be in the center and stuff. So I'm like, what is with this? Like, okay, so you see the lines, right? The red line, like if you're looking at the front of the building, it doesn't line up with the entrance. Like, the width, the depth is fine. But like, if I lined it up based off the available squares, it wouldn't be center. Maybe I can make this into like a greenhouse. This is where I can put all my 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝘀 floral things and whatnot. What was I doing? Oh, I wanted to find. So I like to keep my, I just don't understand, why is this a star? Moon decor. Not like it changes anything. But anyway, I like to keep my wallpapers and everything in the safety deposit box. Like, it doesn't take up space either way, but it just makes it slightly easier for me to keep track of them. It says Homestead Large Rug. Wood shingling. Well, I'm kind of curious what it looks like. Let's see. First, I want to put these rugs down. 5. They're blue, you know. It's my first time seeing that. It looks like it could look like it's napping. 6. Ooh. Definitely changes the vibe. A lot. I don't think I... interesting. Very interesting. Not bad in the front. Interesting. Yes, single-handedly. It is I, destroyer of worlds. Bushy eyebrows. It's funny. I dig it. I'm all about that bushy eyebrow life. I've seen this one already. I want to see these. Where am I going? Yeah, I don't think so. This is more gaudy than like it looks like in the small version. Oh, that's that. What if... Now hear me out. I'll put this down first. I feel like it really opens up the place. But it looks like there's windows up there, even though there's not. Okay. Enjoy dinner. I want to see... This one. This one. The floor, right? Oh yeah, we have the basics. Thingamajig. Okay. That really looks like outside. That's a lot. I thought that these would be bigger tiles. Oh. Bye, Tutu. You too have a good time zone. Thanks so much for joining me. I appreciate you. It's dark in here. Oh, you hang it. Oh. Didn't see that coming. Oh, this is so tiny. Again, with the unexpected size. Do they only come in like orange, pink, and blue? There's like a thing. Okay, that's nice, decently sized at least. Oh, it finished. So why is it that I can put this here? Won't it? I'm pretty sure that once this is done, it won't want to go there, just like how this is. Maybe because it counts it as wall, but it's not here. Huh. Very interesting. And it doesn't count on this one. What about you? Oh, I can't hang you up here? Come on. Come on. I guess I can put this little friend here. I could if his butt fit. Very temperamental. Ooh, that's not a good look. Let me pop a light in here. So put these down. Gotta try some. Let's try some classic color curtains. And we need I partly can't see because there's a glare on my screen. You know, end of the day things. I was looking for something specific. Oh, a light. Thanks so much for the follow. I appreciate you. I wanted to try putting these down. Or not. Hello? Hello? Weird. I didn't think these would stack. But okay. Huh? I can't put that there? Come on. Come on. Come on. You know it's okay. Guess I'll just do this then. For now. Isn't it fitting? If you squint, they kind of look like they're glowing. I can't put something up there? That's some bullshit. Well, I want to put these guys here. Come on, you have to fit. Just barely. There's so much room. Yeah, gotta see if this... That's pretty. So what happens if I put another one? And another one. DJ Khaled style. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, that looks very fancy. I could probably do with not having... Can I put these over the door? Oh. That would be too easy. I still need a light. I'd use a bellflower. I have a bunch of those. Oops. To put that there. I don't even have a plan right now, I'm just throwing things together. Kinda reminds me of a little reading nook. Oh, I still need a- oh wait. I have a light, right? It's in here somewhere. What? Where's my light? After all that, I didn't even grab the damn light? Get a normal one. Thank you. Oh, I see. So I thought I grabbed it, but it glitched. Because this is Palia. Palia is a perfectly stable game. That didn't really improve much. Maybe this place just likes being dark. Maybe for some reason having bay windows makes it darker. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's a little bright. There are a lot of lines going on. I will say that. I like it on the upper part, but I think it's a little much to have it on the inside and on the floor. Let me get a chest in here so I don't have to keep coming in and out. Grab this one. Because color coordinating is well beaches. I'm just kidding. Funny, kind of like none of this like had a purpose, but now it's kind of like it does. Hey Kyo, welcome. I'm glad I'm still online. I can feel 𝗟𝗶's bedtime like some impending doom. Apothecary floor. That might be a thing. Is this a floor? It's a wall. I wish they made it a little bit more clear. Hey, I'm not mad at that. Reclaimed wood floor. Let's see, is there anything else that might work? Oh wait, that was a wall. Whoa. Not bad, bad. Hmm. Oh, okay, okay. Well, I'm glad you're able to stop by, even if it's just for a second. I don't know why I'm so attracted to, like, this wallpaper. I feel like I use it a lot. It's so dark in here. Why is it so dark? Want this one or... I'm gonna move things around just because it's not supposed to like this kind of like haphazard, but for now it'll do. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Maybe, but I mean, like, look, it just feels dark. Maybe I'm just used to being in a Sims house. It's way too bright. Like, isn't it so dark over here? Oh, you know what? I guess it does look a bit darker on my screen IRL than if I'm looking at my other screen. It's still pretty, like, kind of moody though. Like, it's not very bright. But it looks even darker on my screen that I'm actually playing on. I think more can be done here. More can be done. Oh, it can be like a sweets shop. Just fill up the whole thing. Come on, you can sit. Come on. You have to arrange them just so. I'm getting flashbacks to when Arya Stark was learning how to do sword fighting. I feel like the smaller thing should be in the front and the larger thing should be in the back. Let's look like on the other side. But can you put these up here? Can you put seats up there? Can you make layers? You cannot. Oh, disappointing. We need more light. Ooh. This should make splash noises. Why you no make splash noises? Okay, let me get an ornate rug to put on the ground. Could it also just be that this particular light isn't that bright? Guess we'll find out. Okay, let's see here. I don't even know what I'm putting on here, but I'll just pop that back there. 2. Ooh. Did I recolor this? I don't remember this being green. Ooh. Answer. Can I put these up here? Kind of cool. Just kinda. This is big. Big boy. It's too close. I imagine a fancy lady kind of lounging here. It's a little bit of a tight squeeze. I really liked the angle thing going on, so it's a shame that this isn't really working the way I want it to. This might be okay. I feel like this one's brighter. I mean, it doesn't go with the... Maybe it's in my head. Whoa. I have a tall... Yeah. I have a tall lamp. Tall spindly lamp. I would like to use, and my favorite short lamp. If I can find it. Okay, tall spindly. And there's this short guy. Whoa. This is not what I thought it was. That's not... Okay, you see the picture. This is not the same thing at all. They must have switched the generic light post. They must have switched the picture. This okay. Well. Here's to me very slowly trying to find it again. The real one. Maybe I can look under generic. It will be the correct one. It's a log cabin short lamp. This is redonkulous. Capital D donk. Homestead standing light. There it is. Yeah, my pal cat kind of resembled it. Moody. Welcome back. How dark it is. Why is it so dark? Oh my gosh. This might be better suited. Oh, window in the back. Oh, can I fit these in here? Oh, that would have been fun. Two friends taking a bath together. If only I had Demi. I could clip that in together. Okay, Demi, just remember that. That's something we're gonna do in the future. I'm gonna clip these guys together into the bathtub. Come on, you can't put that up there? That's bullshit. Because, like, I understand needing to have, like, collision things. This isn't center and it's bothering me. I understand needing collision things, but I feel like some things, you know, it would be okay if it just didn't. I am curious how the curtains are going to look on the side walls since they don't have this extra space. If it will even let me. Placeholder. Perfect. Make sense. Can you imagine the making of these? You have to like sew their arms together. Together forever. That could be a good horror concept. Being sewn together. You couldn't see it, but my shoulders and arms are going all like wibble wobble, wibble wobble. Just gonna have to trust me. Oh, I wanted to try this one. I want more of Asian's chandelier. Oh wait, that's a moonstruck. Asian's was somewhere else, maybe? Yeah, I want more moonstruck. Can I make that? Probably. Moonstruck. Moonstruck, moonstruck. Why are these separate? It's not saying that they're actually colored different. That's usually the only reason why they would be separate, unless I think I'm probably just misunderstanding something. It's fine. It's fine. Like, why can't I? I should be able to like flip this so they're, you know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want it to be something I can put on both sides. Like even, symmetrical. That's the word. Just put this here for now. I like the little touch of that raised piece of cloth. And it looks like it's actually I can't tell. I think it might be modeled into it. As opposed to just a texture, which is cool. Five. It's a big N. Whoops, I missed Magic Market. Okay, I'm gonna go spin the wheel. I need some dumps. I got a friend request from a random person, and they didn't have a message attached to it. I tend to accept and figure out what people want and then decide later, but oh, that was a very bright light you have there, Ginger. But a part of me thinks, especially if I become more well known, I should probably just be a little bit more protective. The person looks like they're skating. Like they're skating back and forth. Like a slalom skater. I'm honestly really surprised. Maybe it's just because it's Palia, but I'm surprised that we have 9 people right now. I will likely be ending within the hour, so if you have enjoyed yourself thus far, please consider following. It would mean so much. And you get a little taste of New York every now and then. My wish is ready. Oh! Too bad Tutu just left. I got 3,000 lucky envelopes. Now I can tell him. Which is ironically more than 3 weeks worth of watching someone stream. I got 3K. Envelopes for landing on gold. Before it even landed, I had a feeling that's what it was, that it was gonna land on gold for some reason, but it might have just been a happenstance. I just like how your character just is maniacally laughing. Oh yes, 150 gold. Oh, gets me hot. That is the funniest shit I've ever heard. Oh my god. Oh my god, a firework. Oh my god. Oh, I'm out of envelopes. It's Kelpie, Ann. Hi, Kelpie. You thought it was because Seki wanted you to laugh? Is that what you're saying? Bobo the Bobo. Yeah, like a maniac. As if you didn't hear it the first time, or the second time, or the third time, or the fourth time, or the fifth time, or the sixth time, 7 times, or 8 times. I thought I saw something sparkling over here, but it's just me. Oh, show enthusiasm. That's funny. That would have been clever. I didn't even like think about that. Like I'm sure I read it, but that's very subtle is the wrong word. Oh, maybe it's because Zeki's always next to you. You don't wanna make him look bad. Wee. That just feel like crushing rocks. Low-key hoping for a star stone. I just like the thought, not the thought, I like how that sounds, star. That's probably why, like, in Chinese, things are often repeated twice, because it sounds cute. Which reminds me of the... Was it Mira something? Mimir? No, it's just whatever the word is, like... I don't... That's a good question. Like, Mau Mau is... I think Mao is the sound that a cat makes, but I think Mau Mau is cat, but I could be wrong. But like, for example, if I was like to call you Demi, but like in a cute way, it would be like Dem or Demi. So saying star is like very, it's appropriate. That being said, I am the opposite of a expert. I should probably go get the 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗹𝘀. Oh, quartz. Nice. Star. Yeah. Seriously, those gems look so unsparkly. Like, I want them to sparkle. They should have, like, effects and everything. They should catch the eye, you know? I feel like that's, like, the least they should do. Oh. I just imagine like a cat with like the most deadpan look and just like meow. You know what? I guess that kind of reminds me of Gary from SpongeBob. So weird. I like walk past this tree, I'm like, was this tree always this big? Like, I don't remember this like leg being out, but I think I'm just slowly losing it. It's fine. Who? Gary? Also, if so, I forgot Gary was a girl. It's cat ears? Oh, Mau. Oh, okay. Well, that explains it. Wow, I'm like really getting lucky with all these... Princess. Yo, you're fast! You're fast! Silk thread. Wowee. What was I here for? Oh, right. 𝗟𝗶𝗶𝗹𝘀. And it's a biggin. And spice sprouts. I can't resist. Must chop. You wanna get out? Kitty cat? Ooh, it's a star. Star, sprout. Wasn't it here? Don't tell me. I don't want to know. I wouldn't say that I would find it myself, because I know- oh, I see it. I was just remembering approximately where it was that 𝗟𝗋 showed on the map. What tell me out for? Huh? 10 worms. I have never had anything more valuable in my entire 9 lives. Bugs. Pick up 2 more forage, I can do that. Drop magical trees. Ironically, the loot precious whatevers are... It's not my hardest one to solve right now. It's like every time I'm thinking, oh, you know what, I think I'm gonna close the stream. Then like more people come to the stream and I'm like... It's not necessarily even because I'm tired per se. I mean, I am a little tired. It has been what? Let's see. 7 hours? Oh, I should squeeze out another maybe 40 minutes at least. Which is actually on, well, did I get started late? I got started like maybe 15 minutes late. Well, I guess I did say like from 10 to 5, which is 7 hours, not 8 hours. Also, the greedy part of me is like, I want to make the most of this. Expose myself to as many people as possible in a non-illegal way. I was doing something. And then I forgot what I was doing. What was I doing? Ooh, spice. Ooh, spice. Oh, right, that's what I wanted to do. I knew that all along. I am going to go home and drop some stuff off. I'll go out. Kitty cat out. Come on, baby. So someone was asking me, like, oh, like, because I was talking to my cat, like that, like you just heard. I'm like, what, are you expecting me to give a response? And I'm like, yes, absolutely. I basically tell my cats, like, if you want something, you have to answer with a meow. And then when I get to the door, you have to answer again. Because it's adorable. And I say so. I am the keeper of the door. You bow to my meow meow. What the heck? Oh, I thought it was climbing a tree. I guess in a way it is. I'm almost done with the mining. Ooh. Tough guy. But what I really want to do is put that quartz down. Ooh, sparkly. Sparkly boy. Beacon. I should probably make more bay windows and put them everywhere so I can build them. So then by the time I actually need them, they'll already be ready. That's what I did with my rooms. Like it was when the update was coming to have like up to 30 rooms and stuff. I just made a crap ton of rooms on a different plot. My friends helped me out. Just dumped wood on me. Said something was in the way. What was in the way? Is it something on the wall? Oh, I want to see that. Now that is something I want to see. I wonder if I'll have enough materials. I bet this would look pretty. Oh, it's done. Nice. Not gonna lie, I do like the green outside. I would love a bay window like IRL. They just seem so cozy. You can't put one on here? That is redonkulous. Yes, this is how it should be. Anyway, this in here. Tish's portrait. Oops. Whoa. I mean, some of it may just be, why does the quartz look cooler than the sapphire? Maybe it's just, accidental. It kind of reminds me of an opal, actually, or a moonstone. I still don't, like, they stretched out the picture. She's not that wide. Oh, there's nothing wrong with being wide, but, like, at least be accurate, you know? I'd rather have a picture of her, like, profile picture. You know, that MySpace selfie. Ooh, 3 gold ore. Nice. Sell all this stuff. I think that I'm getting the thing that you got, but like in a different form. What are those? What are these? I mean, I know what they are, but like, why? They look like, so sometimes you'll see in like more suburban areas. Like, I mean, I saw them in like South Carolina or something. They would have stuff like this next to the door, like a metal thing. And I don't remember exactly what it's for, but like maybe tying up a horse or some shit. But something with shoes is really what it was. And that's what this reminds me of. I'm hoping that was just temporary. Huh, these were over here before. But then they moved. Suspicious. Very suspicious. You stay here. Thanks. Oh. Turned off. I think I... Oh, I am here for glass. F. I don't have any glass at all. Wow. Good to know. Can you put them up before the windows finished constructing? No. They were, I'm pretty sure they're already done. Quite pretty sure. Quidaka. Kihaha. I want the greeny grass. Maybe I put it in here by accident. Okay, greeny grass, leaves. Oh, there it goes. Take greenhouse to a whole new level. Does it look like it's growing from it? Oh yeah, so I need to make more glass so I can do this one, and then I have both of these two. But I don't have the glass for it, but I have the planks for it. I'm not used to not having enough of something. It's rather novel, if I do say so myself. And then I do say myself. For some reason I thought if I did Control Z, it might revert some of the stuff. It did not. Oops. Well, now it's there, I might as well just cover this up. Not a huge fan of how it looks on the bottom. But, sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. This kind of feels like Sims. Like you go upstairs and it's like there's like the platform and then they have like this mandatory like line. I don't know. Fresh air. remember where this is supposed to go. Like, there's some place that's like, oh yeah, this is... Oh. I guess that's it. Feels a little, crass is the wrong word, but grotesque, perhaps? Does that turn on? Can I change that? There is a lot of chests when you need them. They don't need to be like lined up, like they could be diagonal like this, but I feel kind of weird just kind of randomly having it stick out like that. Though every time it shows it like that, it's tempting. Is it something that turns on at night? Or is it purely decoration? I see, this is why I didn't make them crooked. I feel so tall. So there's this thing that like in real life, if I'm like somewhere tall and I look down, it almost feels like my legs are getting kind of weak and like wobbly. Like that's how I feel right now. Like it's whatever is going on is the perspective is real enough where I'm like, oh, I feel like I'm like, oh, a little nervous. My legs be shaky. But yeah, this doesn't even do anything. What the heck? You should make that another chandelier option or something if you want. I like how you can just like butch your way up and down. Look, I'm the strongest person alive. But now I actually want to do it again, but I'm gonna make them properly stair shaped. I think these are probably, of the chests, these are probably my favorite to work with. Huh. Maybe there's a reason for why people don't put it like this. You can't just go straight up. Today I learned the challenges of being I don't know what. I wanted to try and like kind of have it like wrap around or something, I don't know. It looks like that's not gonna be a thing. Go like this. And this will stop me from running over. From my 𝗟𝗶ৃh runneth over. Only to stop myself from falling over. We need more chests. What I could do, actually, is extend this as much as possible. Well, actually, that doesn't account for height, though. Wow, that got really close. Look at that. Okie dokie. Have a good run. Or I guess hunt. Ah, breathe in, breathe out. Ah, yes. The smoke of my forefathers. All that being said, I think this is a good place to stop. And 𝗟𝗟ৃ should go to bed. Sir. I've gotten gold! Interesting that I can't see the things from here. I can see some of the insects, but not all the fish. Interesting. Anyway, okay. I will see you guys on Wednesday. One whole day, can you believe it? Crazy. Thanks so much for coming out, and you guys have been amazing. Have a great night. Bye bye.